Welcome back, brothers, to Lore. Tonight's story, we're diving into the lore of Vulkan during the Great Crusade. But before we get into the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. And I want to thank you guys for support. I've been killing like always. Now, let's get into the video.
Caldera turned beneath the fleet like a wound that had learned to breathe. From orbit, the world was not beautiful. It possessed the kind of majesty found in mass graves, in fortress walls after the guns had fallen silent, in the molten red glow beneath a cooling blade. Its continents were blackened by ancient volcanism, their mountain chains split open into calderas wide enough to swallow kingdoms. Rivers of sulfur crawled through basalt valleys. Ash seas moved beneath storm winds like grey flesh under a dead beast's skin. Jungles grew where no sane jungle should have lived. Vast canopies of black leaves and thorned trunks rooted in toxin-rich soil, drinking geothermal steam and bleeding resin the color of old blood. Around the equator, auroras writhed in curtains of green fire. They were not natural. Every augur master in the fleet knew it. The light did not answer to solar wind, magnetism, or the clean arithmetic of stellar science. It bled upward from the world itself, rising from buried engines and half-dead Xenos conduits, older than the Imperium, older than Terra's present arrogance, perhaps older than mankind's first flint knife. Ancient webway machinery slept beneath Caldera's crust, and in its dreaming, it exhaled emerald light into the heavens. The Imperial fleet hung above that light in numbers beyond the comprehension of any single mortal mind. Battleships of the Great Crusade formed the high anchor line, their prows shaped like cathedral spires and executioner blades. Grand cruisers sat behind them in solemn ranks, each one a city of guns, shrines, manufactoria, ammunition vaults, and pressurized tombs. Strike cruisers of the legions Astartes moved with predatory grace among heavier hulls. Bulk landers waited in the bellies of troop carriers, packed with Imperial Army cohorts, solar auxilia maniples, artillery brigades, bonded labor battalions, corpse handlers, medici stations, and the nameless masses required to make conquest function. Fuel tenders drifted like swollen ticks between the warships. Mechanicum arcs surrounded themselves in data static and binharic prayer, their flanks studded with launch cradles for battle automata, siege engines, tracked macro haulers, and sanctified machines too heavy to wake unless a world deserved extinction. Servitor barges crossed the dark in lines, full of lobotomized flesh and iron limbs. Munition hulks carried shells large enough to erase city districts. In the holds of the lesser transports, billions of human beings waited in iron decks and recycled air, most of them never destined to set foot upon the world they had come to conquer. They were ammunition with lungs. Lord Marshal Acastian Hire of the Solar Auxilia understood that truth better than most men aboard the expeditionary fleet. He had served in 9 compliances, 3 exterminations, and 1 pacification so bloody that the remembrancers had been forbidden to name it. He had seen armies ground down by Xenos gunfire, by hunger, by friendly artillery, by clerical error, by orbital miscalculation, and by commanders who mistook courage for the ability to spend lives without flinching. He had survived by learning when to speak, when to kneel, and when to keep his eyes lowered. The embarkation deck of the flagship Promethean Crown shook beneath him as another wave of landing craft moved into ignition cycle. The deck was large enough to house a hive district. Its ceiling vanished into gantry haze, ribbed with armor-glass observation galleries and chains thick as hab towers. Incense burners swung above ranks of gunships. Crimson-robed Mechanicum adepts moved in processions beneath them, their voices reduced to machine clicks and bursts of binary praise. Servo arms blessed turbine housings. Cherubim skull drones drifted between missile racks, trailing parchment strips inked with litanies against ignition failure. The air tasted of hot metal, promethium vapor, human sweat, machine oil, and fear. Acastian stood among officers of the Imperial Army, all of them polished, armored, and utterly diminished by the presence of the legions Astartes. Salamanders moved across the deck in disciplined files, their plate emerald and black, their drake-hide mantles hanging heavy over broad shoulders. Their weapons were brutal things. Flamers with thickened fuel lines, melter guns ribbed with heat veins, thunder hammers engraved with forge oaths, breacher shields scarred by prior wars, heavy bolters mounted, with chained devotional seals, each shell a fist-sized promise of ruin. Beyond them, the Iron Hands waited in stark formation. Black armor, white markings, metal hands, metal faces. The 10th Legion's warriors made no attempt to appear noble. They stood like weapon systems awaiting activation, their silence colder than void exposure. Cybernetic helms tracked data ghosts. Servo skulls passed between them, whispering logistics. Their officers regarded the deck, the world, and the mortal soldiery with the same measured indifference. Farther still, the Death Guard prepared without ceremony. The sons of Mortarion did not shine. Their armor was pale, stained by old toxins and battlefield grime that no serf had been permitted to scrub away. They seemed patient in the way grave soil was patient. Their weapon racks held chem projectors, rad munitions, trench blades, heavy flamers, grenade launchers, and phosphex canisters sealed beneath warning sigils. They were not eager. That was worse. Eagerness suggested passion. The 14th Legion possessed something more enduring. Acastian had thought himself accustomed to transhumanity. Then Vulkan entered the deck. The Lord Marshal felt the change before he saw the Primarch. It began as a ripple of silence, spreading outward through serfs, officers, Mechanicum priests, and even the Astartes. Men did not stop working. They did not dare. But their motions altered. Hands tightened on weapon straps, heads lowered, prayers caught in throats. Even the salamanders, giants among mankind, seemed to become smaller in the presence of their gene father. Vulkan crossed the launch deck in armor of emerald and draken black, a walking furnace wrought into the shape of a warrior king. His scale cloak moved behind him like the hide of some god beast dragged from the volcanic depths of Nocturne. The plates of his war gear were marked by fire, hammer, and oath. His gauntlets were immense. His eyes seemed to hold the red memory of forge coals under black brows. He did not need to speak. He did not need to gesture. His existence rearranged the room. Acastian bowed before he realized he had chosen to do so. Vulkan passed near enough that the Lord Marshal felt heat from the Primarch's armor. Not mechanical heat alone, though the plate's reactor throbbed with contained power. This was the heat of a living volcano, the heat of old anger mastered by will, the heat of a protector who could become an executioner without changing his expression. Behind Vulkan came his captains, Fire Drake veterans, Pyre Guard, Forge serfs, and banner bearers. Their standards showed flames curling around Drake skulls, not the polished gold of courtly war, not the sterile brilliance of parade ground compliance. This was the heraldry of the Forge and the Pyre. The Primarch ascended the command dais where the hololithic sphere of Caldera turned above a black iron projector. Ferrus Manus already stood there, immense and severe, his silvered hands folded before him like instruments waiting to close around a throat. Mortarion loomed nearby, pale and spectral beneath his war gear, a reaper given rank and fleet authority. The air between the three Primarchs felt unfit for mortal lungs. Acastian remained below, one officer among many, listening because he had been ordered to attend and surviving because he knew how not to be noticed. The Magos assigned to strategic valuation moved forward on articulated limbs. His body was a thin remnant suspended in a cage of brass, black iron, and sanctified steel. Red lenses clicked and refocused. A train of servo skulls unfolded parchment, projected graphs, and released pale cones of light filled with rotating data. Primary planetary designation Caldera, Secondary local designation, Ibsen. Atmospheric hostility, moderate to severe. Indigenous human population, confirmed. Xenos presence, confirmed. Subsurface anomalies, extreme. Webway resonance, confirmed across multiple continental zones. Mineral value, exceptional. Geothermal output, sufficient for total manufactoria conversion within 3 compliance generations. Heat-resistant alloy strata, high purity. Strategic classification, seizure priority. The Magos paused, though no breath moved within his grill. Conclusion: the world is viable. No one asked whether it was alive. The hololith changed. Reconnaissance picts flickered into being, damaged by static and Xenos distortion. A village appeared in the green. Gloom below, its structures shaped from black stone and curved wraithbone. Humans moved through the streets. Their skin was ash-darkened. Their clothing bore both hide and alien fiber. Some carried long rifles of crude human make. Others wore charms fashioned from pale stone that glimmered with inner light. The image shifted. A shrine rose from a volcanic terrace. Spirit stones hung in latticework above a pool of thermal vapor. Humans knelt before it. Eldar figures stood behind them, tall and slender, helms smooth and blank. Their weapons held not as overseers held whips, but as sentries held watch. The officers around Acastian muttered. "Enslavement," said one. "Collaboration," whispered another. "Witch cult," breathed a third, making the sign of the Aquila with trembling fingers. The hololith shifted again, showing human defenders stationed along a wraithbone gate. They did not appear chained. They did not appear starved. That made it worse. Chains could be broken. Hunger could be fed. Loyalty to the alien was a deeper infection. Vulkan watched the images in silence. Ferrus Manus spoke first. "The matter is plain." Mortarian's respirator hissed softly. "It was plain before we translated in-system." Vulkan did not look away from the pict feed. "They are human." Ferrus's metallic fingers flexed once, each joint whispering with perfect mechanics. "They stand beneath alien architecture, armed in defense of alien holdings, kneeling before alien dead." "Humanity has survived worse prisons," Vulkan said. "Prisons produce scars," Ferrus replied, "not devotion." Mortarian's voice was a grave door opening. "Rot does not cease being rot because it wears a human face." The words passed through the chamber like poison gas. No one contradicted him. No mortal present had the right. Few Astartes would have dared. Vulkan turned at last. "Why have they not risen against the Eldar?" Ferrus regarded him without softness. "Submission takes many forms." "Then we learn which form this is." Mortarian's pale eyes narrowed within the shadow of his hood. "You seek a clean war on a contaminated world. Caldera will teach you what mercy costs." Acastian felt the silence afterward. It was not empty. It was full of verdicts being delayed. The Magos projected further data. Recovered debris from outlying ruins, submitted to Primarchal review. Provenance uncertain. Materials indicate non-craft world Xenos origin. Pain engineering signatures detected. A servitor dragged a sealed casket onto the dais. Its limbs jerked with each step. The thing inside the casket was not dead, though it should have been dead by every law of mercy, biology, and sanity. Its torso had been opened and closed so many times that the flesh resembled wax melted around wire. Crystal hooks pierced the spine. Alien nervecraft pulsed beneath translucent skin. The face had no eyes. The mouth moved without sound. Beside it lay strips of flayed hide, bearing clan sigils. Acastian did not know the markings, but he saw Vulkan recognize them. Something changed in the Primarch. It was almost nothing. A stillness, a tightening at the edge of the jaw, a deeper glow in the eyes. Yet every salamander within sight became motionless, as though a forge bell had been struck beneath their bones. "Nocturnian patterning," said one of Vulkan's captains, voice low with disbelief. Ferrus looked at the remains. Explain. Vulkan descended from the dais. His steps were slow. He stood over the casket and looked down at the ruined thing within. When he spoke, his voice had lost none of its control. That was what made it terrible. The dusk wraiths. Mortarion turned his head slightly. Dark Eldar. On Nocturne, they came in the long night. Vulkan's gaze did not leave the casket. They took those they could carry. They killed those who resisted too slowly. They left enough horror behind to be remembered. The mouth of the thing in the casket opened wider. Its tongueless throat clicked. A Mechanicum adept leaned close, then recoiled as the corpse prisoner's nerves spasmed in alien rhythm. Vulkan reached down and placed one vast hand over the thing's brow. For a moment, Acastian believed he meant to comfort it. Then the Primarch closed his fist. The skull broke with a wet crack inside the casket. The ruined body shuddered once and became still. No one protested. No. One breathed loudly enough to be heard. Vulkan withdrew his hand. No more of this. Ferrus watched him. Then we strike with full force. No. Vulkan's answer came instantly. No orbital fire upon human population centers unless hostile action is confirmed beyond doubt. No macro battery saturation of settlement zones. No blind bombardment. Ferrus's expression did not change. Somehow that made his judgment more obvious. You would risk legionaries for compromised civilians. I would know what we burn before we name it ash. Mortarion gave a low, humorless sound that might have been a laugh after burial. The world will answer you in screams either way. Vulkan turned to the gathered commanders. Initial landing will proceed under restraint protocols. Salamanders will make first contact in the southern volcanic belt, and the Black Jungle approaches. Breacher cohorts forward. Fire drakes held for hard contact. Flame units authorized for hostile fauna, Xenos ambush, and confirmed enemy emplacements. Mortal formations will not advance into civilian structures without Legion oversight. Acastian heard quills scratching, data slates chiming, Vox officers relaying the commands. Restrained war. The phrase was an obscenity, but it would save lives until the first mistake, perhaps until the second. Ferrus Manus turned away from the hololith. My sons will prepare for armored insertion. Mortarion's scythe shadow fell across the command dais as he moved. The 14th will seal what your mercy leaves open. Vulkan did not answer either of them. His gaze had returned to the world beneath the fleet. Caldera turned in green fire, patient as a pyre awaiting the torch. Across the launch deck, the salamanders prepared. Fuel lines were locked into flamer housings. Promethium tanks were blessed with hammer taps and low forge chants. Meltaguns were calibrated until their coils glowed dull red. Legionaries checked bolt magazines, each round thumbed into place with ritual care. Fire Drake Terminators stood within arming cages, while serfs sealed cataphractii plate around them, fastening armor thick enough to survive the crushing heart of a fortress breach. Thunderhammers hung from magnetic clamps like the tools of angry gods. Acastian watched mortal army cohorts form beneath their banners. They looked brave. Most soldiers did, before the first real sight of what waited beyond the drop zone. They checked lasrifles, tightened rebreathers, kissed oath tags, muttered to gods they were not supposed to name, and stared at the Astartes as though proximity to demigods could make flesh less fragile. The deck shook again. Dropships began to launch. Their engines screamed. Their hulls descended through mag clamps and vanished into the green-lit dark below the flagship, falling toward the world like iron rain. Far beneath them, under the black jungle of Caldera, something heard the first thunder of imperial descent. Roots trembled in ash soil. Pale stones flickered beneath moss. Deep below a ruined wraithbone arch, where no human sentry stood and no Eldar rune had been tended in many years, a line appeared in the air. It was thin at first, a cut without a blade, a vertical wound in reality, blacker than the spaces between stars. The webway opened by a finger's width. Cold laughter slipped through before the figure did. The scout emerged without haste, slender and cruel, its armor lacquered in midnight colors that drank the green aurora shining through cracks in the buried chamber. Hooks hung from its belt. A splinter rifle rested in its hands, elegant as a noble's dueling piece and vile as a plague needle. Its helm turned upward, though stone, soil, root, and jungle lay between it and the sky. The first Imperial landers were burning through the cloud cover above, their contrails lit by stormfire. The Drukhari scout watched them descend. Then it smiled behind its mask. 2 predators had come to Caldera. In the hidden village of Kareth's Hollow, far from the first landing zones and far too close to the buried gates, the elders rang obsidian bells. Their sound passed through the settlement in low, mournful notes. Men came from their doorways carrying rifles, blades, and old charms. Children were pulled into root cellars beneath black stone homes. Spirit stones glimmered over the central shrine, each one catching the green light of the sky. Eldar ward runes shone. Faintly along the village perimeter, old and fading, but still honored. The elders knelt before the shrine. Their faces were lined by ash, age, and inherited terror. On their wrists were clan knots, carved in the old Nocturnian manner, though none of them had ever seen Nocturne's mountains or its burning skies. They bowed their heads, not to the Emperor, whose name they knew only as a rumor carried by hostile stars, but to the dead, who had delivered their ancestors from the knives of the Dark Kin. One elder spoke for all of them. "Let the green-armored giants pass us by." Above the village, the sky answered with the distant roar of descending engines. No god answered their prayer. The first memory was fire beneath a black sky. Nocturne's night did not descend softly. It fell like a hammer. It came with ash in its teeth and volcanic thunder in its lungs, smothering the red horizon until the settlements became islands of guttering flame in a sea of darkness. The people of Hesiod had learned to read the moods of mountain and sky, to hear the warning in stone before eruption, to smell sulfur before the killing vents opened, to know when the great drakes hunted near the lava flows. They had not learned how to hear the dusk wraiths before they came. The settlement fires were burning low when the first skimmers dropped through the ash cloud. They made no sound like engines, no honest roar, no metal-throated challenge. They slid through the dark on screaming silence, black shapes with hooked fins and cruel prows, their undersides wet with reflected firelight. They came from above the smoke and behind the wind. Pale figures clung to their decks, long-limbed and narrow, their armor gleaming like beetle shells dipped in oil. Masks hid their faces. Their laughter did not. It poured from helm grills and vox throats in shrill, amplified bursts, too high to be human, too delighted to be sane. The hunters of Hesiod ran for the walls with spears, furnace hammers, black powder rifles, and courage that had never before been measured against such things. Splinter fire answered them. Men jerked and folded as crystal shards found gaps in hide and bone. Some died quickly, throats opened, lungs drowning in blood. Others did not die at all. They dropped with eyes wide and limbs locked, alive inside bodies that had become cages. Raiders descended among them with hooks and blades, choosing the living over the dead with the precision of artisans selecting ore. Families hid in stone cellars beneath their homes. Fathers pressed hands over the mouths of sons to keep them silent. Brothers clutched knives too small to matter. Old men whispered the names of the mountain spirits and the forge dead. Above them, feet dragged across packed ash. Claws scraped doors. Someone screamed as a barbed chain punched through a shutter and tore a man backward through the window frame, leaving wet fragments of him across the sill. The dusk wraiths did not raid like beasts killed from hunger. These things took pleasure in the interval between wound and death. A boy stood in the open while others fled. He was too large for his years, dark of skin, eyes reflecting the settlement fires. Ash gathered on his shoulders. His hands gripped smithing hammers, taken from the forge where he had worked before the alarm bells began. He had been told to hide. He had been ordered into the cellar. He had felt the hands of those who loved him pulling at his arms. He had refused. A skimmer swept low above the central path, its blade prow cutting through smoke. A raider leaned from its side, a hooked spear extended toward a fleeing hunter. The spear took the man through the back and lifted him from his feet. The hunter screamed once before the raider laughed and twisted the shaft. The boy moved. He did not know then what he was, not truly. He knew he was stronger than other children. He knew stone felt softer under his grip than it should. He knew the forge heat that blistered older hands did not frighten him. He did not yet know the words Primarch, Gene-Sire, Emperor, Legion, or Destiny. He knew only that monsters had come in the night, and that his people were being taken. The hammer left his hand like a meteor. It struck the raider in the chest and broke him against the skimmer's rail. Armor cracked inward. The pale thing folded around the impact, its laughter becoming a wet burst of ruined organs behind its mask. The skimmer lurched. The boy was already running. He leapt higher than any child should have been able to leap, caught the vehicle's lower strut with one hand, and dragged it downward by the force of his own falling weight. The skimmer screamed then, not the raiders, the machine. Its spirit, if such Xenos filth possessed one, shrieked as the boy hauled against its lift. The craft struck the ground sideways, shearing through a stone oven and scattering burning coals. Raiders spilled from its deck like pale insects. One rose with a curved blade. The boy struck him with the second hammer and caved in helm, skull, and spine in a single blow. Another fired splinter shards into the boy's side. Pain came, hot, bright, real. The boy staggered, looked down at the black needles jutting from his flesh, and became angry. He seized the broken skimmer by a torn spar and heaved. Metal shrieked. The wreckage rose through ash and flame, impossible in his hands. The raiders saw him then, not as prey, not as a child, but as something wrong in the shape of mankind. Their laughter faltered. He brought the skimmer down upon them. Bone, blade, and alien armor vanished beneath the impact. The ground became meat and black glass. A hooked limb twitched from beneath the wreckage until the boy stamped on it and broke it flat. More dusk wraiths came. Some came laughing. Some came silently. Some came with nets of barbed monofilament. Some came with long knives made for peeling life apart without ending it. He met them with hammers, stones, fists, burning beams torn from houses, and at last with the wreckage of their own craft. He killed badly at first, as the desperate kill. Then he learned. In the space of that one night, the boy discovered that strength could become instruction. Break the blade arm first. Crush the helm before the mouth can laugh. Destroy the skimmer, and the raider becomes meat. Do not chase those carrying hooks. Kill the pilot. The people of Hesiod saw him through smoke and terror, standing amid the dead with ash on his skin and alien blood steaming at his feet. They saw the dusk wraiths recoil from him. They saw him drag burning wreckage through the settlement path and use it as a shield while hunters rallied behind him. They saw him take wounds that would have slain grown warriors and keep moving. The boy became a wall. The wall became a lesson. Nocturne learned that night that the things from the dark could bleed. Vulkan opened his eyes to the chant of his sons. The memory did not fade. It never faded. It withdrew into the furnace of him, banked but living, another coal beneath the armor of duty. Around him, the embarkation cathedral of the Promethean crown trembled with preparation. It was not a chapel in the manner of Terra's gilded sanctuaries. It was a forge given sacred geometry. Its pillars were black iron. Its altars were anvils. Its incense was promethium vapor, hot oil, and the copper tang of weapon maintenance. Flames burned in braziers along the arming bays, each one drawn from the ship's consecrated furnace heart. The salamanders chanted the Promethean creed, in voices that made the deck plating hum. Into the fire we are born, upon the anvil we are shaped, by hammer and flame we are proven, by endurance we are made worthy. Serfs moved among the legionaries with bowls of heat-resistant oils, anointing armor joints, helm seals, weapon casings, and drake-scale mantles. Tech adepts murmured machine prayers over flamer igniters. Fuel gauges were checked and checked again. Pressure seals locked with hard metallic clacks. Thunderhawks waited in launch cradles with their ramps open, bellies loaded with promethium drums, melter charges, ammunition pallets, breacher plate, field generators, and coffin racks for the honored dead not yet made. Pyre Captain Dakir Varun knelt before the Primarch with helm beneath one arm. His face was dark and scarred by old heat, one cheek marked by a burn earned on a nameless world where the atmosphere itself had caught fire. His eyes were steady. "My lord, the first landing spear stands ready." Vulkan looked down upon him. "You will make contact, Dakir, not conquest. Contact." Varun bowed his head. "As you command, father. Remember the distinction when the guns begin to speak." "I will remember." Firedrake Sergeant Raitan Sol stood behind him in Terminator plate, the color of night-black iron and deep green stone. His helm hung from a mag clamp at his hip, the faceplate carved and scarred into the likeness of a drake's skull. The old warrior's bare head was shaven, his skin crossed by ritual brand lines. He had fought in tunnels, void hulks, fortress hearts, and the sealed interiors of enemy ships, where every breath tasted of blood and burning insulation. "Restraint is a narrow bridge, Lord," Raitan said. "It breaks when too many fools walk upon it." Vulkan's gaze shifted to him. "Then we cross it carefully." Forge Warden Barkan Ath gave a burst of Binharic irritation from where he stood over a heavy flamer mounted on a maintenance cradle. The Tech Marine's armor bore both the green of the Legion and the red of Mars, though the red had darkened under soot and age. Servo arms unfolded from his back like iron limbs of some furnace spider. He touched the flamer's casing with reverence, then adjusted the igniter assembly by a fraction of a finger's width. "This weapon's spirit hungers for honest labor," Bacon said. His voice came through a grill softened by static and ritual distortion. "I have instructed it that it will drink fungus, beast, and xenos before it drinks man." Raitan gave him a sidelong look. "And did it answer?" It purred. Varun allowed himself the faintest smile. Vulkan did not. The Primarch turned his eyes toward the launch portals, beyond which Caldera's green-lit curve waited below the fleet. "Your weapons are not judges," Vulkan said. "You are." The words settled among them heavier than command. One by one, the salamanders sealed their helms. The first deployment fell into Caldera's upper atmosphere inside fire. Thunderhawks and Stormbirds descended in armored formations, their hulls shaking as they struck the outer storm bands. Green auroras crawled over their wings. Lightning did not flash from cloud to cloud, but upward from the world, crooked spears of emerald force licking at Imperial hulls. Auspex returns fractured. Landing grids multiplied and vanished. Vox channels filled with static that almost sounded like whispering. In Thunderhawk Pyre of Hesiod, Dakir Varun stood mag-locked among his warriors as the craft bucked violently. Red lumen washed over helms. Restraint harnesses groaned around mortal crew. A serf attached to the ammunition racks vomited into his rebreather and choked until another thrall struck the emergency purge valve. "Altitude?" Varun asked. The pilot's reply came through screaming interference. "Uncertain, Lord. Instruments disagree by several thousand meters. Trust your eyes. My eyes show 3 landing zones. Choose the one trying hardest to kill us." The pilot laughed once, strained and mortal, then lost the sound as the Thunderhawk punched through black cloud. The jungle rose beneath them like a sea of blades. It fired first. Seed pods the size of gun servitors burst in the storm wake. vomiting clouds of metallic spores. The spores struck hull armor and ignited in showers of white sparks. Electrostatic vines whipped upward from the canopy, drawn by heat and engine signature, lashing around one descending gunship. Its pilot tried to climb. The vines tightened. Lightning crawled along them and into the craft's engine housings. The gunship rolled, burning, and vanished into the canopy. Its impact burst upward in a dome of flame and pulverized ceramite. For a moment, Varun saw armored bodies tumbling inside the wreck's split belly before the jungle closed over them. Another lander banked toward what augurs insisted was a clear basalt shelf. The shelf shimmered, folded, and became forest. Eldar hollow fields dissolved too late. The craft struck false ground that had never been there. Its prow crumpled. Troop compartments burst. Astartes in full warplate were flung through torn bulkheads into black trees, their bodies smashing trunks apart before the canopy swallowed them. Mortal crew became red mist across the inside of the cockpit glass. Enemy deceit, Retan voxed from the second wave. His voice was calm. Mark all clean ground as false until burned. Confirmed, Varun replied. Burn a truth for us. The salamanders landed in disciplined violence. Ramps slammed down into steaming mud. Legionaries advanced before the engines had fully cycled down, flamers rising as one. Fire washed into the jungle in measured arcs. It did not rage wildly. It was placed. It cut lanes. It stripped fungal growth from stone. It turned spore clouds into brief suns. Trees screamed as sap boiled inside them. Things hidden under leaf and bark burst open, legs curling, shells cracking, innards steaming onto the ash soil. Breacher shields locked into formation with heavy impacts, forming a moving wall of ceramite and adamantine. Behind them, bolters spoke in controlled volleys. Not panic fire, not mortal desperation. The steady, percussive language of transhuman war. Chitinous ambushes erupted from burrows, all hooked mandibles and plated limbs, and bolt shells detonated inside them, blowing wet cavities through their bodies. Meltaguns fired at living stone shapes that moved when no stone should move. White heat punched through them, reducing alien-grown mineral and hidden nerve mass to molten slag. Bakan Ath strode through the first cleared lane with servo arms extended, his heavy flamer roaring. "The furnace accepts your offering," he told the weapon, as it reduced a wall of carnivorous vine to crackling carbon. "Steady, old wrath. There is labor enough for all." The salamanders did not conquer the jungle by speed. They imposed order upon it. A furnace grid formed one burned line at a time. Fire teams advanced, halted, washed sectors clean, marked safe stone, then moved again. Their aggression was controlled, methodical, suffocating. Where other legions might have charged, the sons of Vulkan built an execution chamber and walked it forward. Hours after planetfall, they found the settlement. It lay inside a valley of black basalt and pale wraithbone arches. Thermal vents smoked between low stone dwellings. Spirit stones hung from carved lintels. The air shimmered with faint wardlight. Human figures moved along the upper terraces, and for a moment, Varun believed the recon Picts had lied by omission. These were not chained thralls. They were not starved prisoners. They were lean, armed, ash-skinned men wearing hides, woven fiber, and charms of alien make. Their wrists and throats bore tattoos and scar patterns Varun recognized but did not understand at first. Nocturnian knots, old clan geometry, changed by centuries, twisted by distance, but not invented by Xenos hands. "Hold fire," Varun voxed. The order passed down the line, bolters lowered by degrees, flamers remained ready. Lord Marshal Acastian's forward army liaison arrived behind the Legion line with a cohort of solar auxilia in sealed armor. Their commander, a hard-faced man named Corvin Holt, stared at the settlement through magnoculars and spat onto the ash. "They do not come out," Holt said. "Guilty men hide." "Frightened men hide," Varun replied. They bear alien fetishes. They also bear human blood. The settlement saw the green-armored giants and broke, not in surrender, in terror. Men dragged children into cellars. Armed defenders scattered from terrace to terrace. Bells rang from somewhere deeper inside the village, low and mournful. A few humans raised rifles but did not fire. Others made signs Varun did not know, touching brow, heart, and the pale stones at their throats. None ran toward the Imperials. None cried out in relief. None hailed the Emperor. They fled from the salamanders as though the dusk wraiths had returned wearing emerald plate. Holt's irritation sharpened into contempt. They reject compliance. They fear what they do not understand. Then teach them. Varun turned his helm slowly toward the mortal officer. Holt remembered himself and lowered his eyes. The first shot came from a roofline. It was not a las rifle of imperial pattern. It was older, cruder, a long-barreled weapon firing a hot slug wrapped in poor ignition. The round cracked across the valley and struck Brother Numeon's eye lens. It did not penetrate the helm fully, but it shattered the outer optic and punched fragments inward. Numeon staggered one step. Blood ran black down his cheek grill. His bolter rose. Varun began to speak. Numeon fired first. The human on the roof vanished from the waist upward as the bolt round detonated inside him. His torso burst open in a red spray against the stone chimney. The lower half of him toppled backward out of sight, legs twitching once before becoming still. Then the valley became noise. Human defenders screamed. Solar auxilia raised rifles. Salamanders snapped shields forward. Someone in the village fired again. Bolter shells answered by instinct, chewing holes through parapets and blasting chunks from black stone walls. A flamer roared too early and too high, washing fire across an empty roof and setting hanging charms alight. Spirit stones cracked in the heat with tiny, bright cries that carried over the vox as interference. "Cease fire," Varun roared. "Cease fire in the name of the Primarch." The salamanders obeyed. The mortal troops took longer. By the time silence returned, smoke drifted across the settlement's outer terraces. Several humans lay dead in the open. Others dragged wounded kin behind doorways. The smell was not battlefield meat alone. It was cooked grain, burning hide, scorched wood, and the sharper stink of human flesh opened by explosive ammunition. Vulkan arrived at dusk beneath the green sun. His thunderhawk settled outside the valley, and he walked the final distance through drifting ash. The salamanders knelt as he passed. The solar auxilia lowered their standards. Even the wounded made an effort to bow. He did not look at them first. He looked at the dead man on the roof. The body had been brought down and laid on a slab of black stone. There was little left above the hips. One arm remained, thrown wide, the hand clenched around the old laslock. The wrist bore a carved knot pattern beneath layers of soot and blood. Vulkan knelt. The valley seemed to hold its breath. The Primarch reached out with surprising care and turned the dead man's wrist toward the light. The mark was crude, scarred into the skin by a heated blade long ago. Not the work of a legion serf, not the formal brand of Nocturne's modern clans, older in shape, changed by exile, but the root of it remained, a mountain knot, a hearth line, a pattern from home. Varun stood behind his father, feeling the weight of every bolter, every flamer, every mortal eye. "Lord," he said, "the shot struck Brother Numeon first. I know. He acted under threat. I know." Vulkan's fingers remained around the dead man's wrist. "Shall he be censured?" Varun asked. The Primarch was silent for a long moment. When he answered, his voice was low enough that only the nearest heard him. "No." Varun did not feel relief. Vulkan released the corpse and stood. His face had become unreadable, but his eyes had changed. Not with rage. Rage would have been easier. This was recognition without permission to soften. This was grief encountering duty and finding duty armored. "Secure the settlement," Vulkan said. No further fire unless fired upon. Gather their wounded. Separate their weapons. Harm no one who lays down arms. And if they refuse, Father? Vulkan looked toward the wraithbone arches above the village, where pale charms swung in smoke and the green aurora shimmered through volcanic haze. Then we learn why. High in the canopy, where black leaves drank the last of the strange light, an Eldar ranger watched through the long sight of a rifle older than the village below. He had seen the first shot. He had seen the answer. He had seen the giant kneel beside the dead and recognize what his own warriors had not. The ranger's fingers touched the spirit stone relay at his throat. "The children of the mountain have come," he whispered into the hidden circuit, his voice thin with sorrow and contempt, "to murder their lost kin." The first murder committed by the Compliance was an act of language. It did not occur beneath bolter fire, nor in the roar of Prometheum, nor under the falling shadow of a Legion gunship. It happened aboard the Promethean Crown, inside a record vault lit by green hololithic glow and the red eyes of sleepless scribes. Adepts of the expeditionary bureaucracy bent over data slates and wax-sealed folios, while servo skulls drifted between them, their quills scratching, their picked lenses blinking, their dry parchment tongues whispering classification cant. The settlements were named before they were understood. Xeno-corrupted protectorates. The phrase entered the Compliance record with the pressure of a stylus against a slate and became more lethal than any shell in the fleet's armories. A village was no longer a village once the words enclosed it. A family was no longer a family. A shrine was no longer a place where frightened men kept faith with their dead. The designation gave shape to future violence. It made escalation lawful. It gave captains permission to burn, commanders permission to shell, and mortal officers permission to look upon human faces and see contamination requiring correction. In the hours after the first contact at the Valley settlement, the adepts divided the population into categories: recoverable, questionable, condemned. No one asked the dead man on the slab which word he preferred. The tallies multiplied through the fleet. Mortals marked columns by bloodline uncertainty, Xenos proximity, linguistic deviation, visible alien artifacts, armed resistance, shrine affiliation, and failure to present loyalty to the imperial truth upon contact. None of the categories contained room for gratitude. None contained room for rescue. None contained room for history, unapproved by terror. Vulkan read the first classifications in silence. The Primarch stood within a field command bastion, raised from prefabricated adamantine plates and blackened earth. Its walls still smoked from atmospheric insertion. Outside, Caldera's black jungle hissed beneath controlled burns, and the strange green sky flickered through storm haze. Servitors trudged past with ammunition crates strapped to their backs. Legion serfs carried fuel lines towards Salamander's flamer teams. Mortal troops crouched behind barricades of cut stone and wrecked trees, staring into the jungle as though the leaves might speak. Dakir Varun stood beside his father, helm sealed beneath one arm. His damaged warriors waited beyond the command circle, their armor marked by sap, ash, and the pale dust of shattered wraithbone. Forge Warden Bakan Ath presented a slate from his servo arm. Linguistic harvest from 3 captives and 1 dying Elder Lord. Their tongue contains Nocturnian roots, distortion level severe, Eldar influence present in devotional vocabulary, Drukhari loan sounds suspected in fear rites. Vulkan's gaze moved over the runes. Blood samples. Under examination by Apothecarian and Mechanicum Covenant biologists, preliminary markers indicate human baseline with isolation drift. No obvious Xenos hybridization. Varun heard the words "no obvious" and disliked them. Such phrases were trapdoors. Men fell through them into massacres. "And the marks?" Vulkan asked. Baken's metal fingers clicked. Clan patterns resemble pre-imperial Nocturnian hearth and mountain knots. Not exact matches. Too much time. Too much local deviation. They may be inherited memory, deliberate imitation, or cultural graft. They are not imitation, Varun said, before he had decided to speak. The tech marine turned one red lens toward him. You possess certainty? I possess eyes. Vulkan inclined his head, conceding nothing. Eyes are vulnerable instruments. Vulkan did not rebuke either of them. He looked through the bastion's open firing slit toward the settlement below. Smoke rose from roofs the salamanders had not meant to burn. Human figures moved under guard near the central square, wounded and terrified, watched by green-armored giants who had come to save them and killed the first man who resisted. No further advance into inhabited structures without my order, Vulkan said. Continue language samples. Continue bloodline analysis. Recover all markings. Record every shrine before damage or removal. We will know what this people is before the fire judges them. A Vox officer bowed and relayed the orders. The Iron Hands mocked the delay without raising their voices. Their scout cohorts did not wait for permission from Vulkan's conscience. Cybernetic outriders crossed the basalt ridges in silence, their bodies more machine than flesh, their eyes replaced by auger clusters. Servo skulls moved ahead of them in flocks, mapping heat signatures and shrine geometry. Black-armored legionaries of the 10th advanced behind, their bolters locked to chest plates, their thoughts running along data streams rather than fear or pity. They marked Eldar nodes with cold precision, wraithbone arches, spirit stone clusters, buried power conduits, concealed pathways, defensive sightlines. To the Iron Hands, the human settlements were not tragedies. They were compromised structures within an enemy system. The Death Guard began their work in the marsh basins before dawn. They did not shout. They did not rage. They moved in pale ranks beneath the fog, accompanied by chem crawlers and rad-screened mortar crews. Their officers identified the jungle lowlands as probable routes for hidden withdrawal. Their answer was to make withdrawal impossible. Canisters burst open over the black water, releasing crawling vapors that clung to the surface like diseased breath. Amphibian things died first, floating belly up in slick clusters. Then the reeds blackened. Then the birds fell. Then human scouts hiding in the mist began coughing blood into their hands. The 14th Legion did not pursue them at once. They waited for the poison to teach urgency. The Eldari answered before the Imperials could name the pattern of their war. A Solar Auxilia colonel died while raising magnoculars to his face. A round from a ranger's long rifle entered through his right lens, traversed the skull, and burst out through the back of his helm in a fan of bone fragments and wet command tissue. The soldiers beside him survived. That was the terror of it. The alien had not missed them. The alien had dismissed them. A communications officer died next, throat opened by a shot that did not strike his Vox pack. Then a battery coordinator collapsed over a firing table, his blood spreading across grid lines. Then a Mechanicum surveyor construct lost its cranial node to a single elegant impact from somewhere no auspex could resolve. The Rangers killed officers rather than infantry. They cut nerves, not flesh. They turned hierarchy into panic. Warwalkers came through mist in the second hour after dawn. They moved like hunting insects, tall and swift, their weapons glowing with impossible grace. One stepped from behind a curtain of vapor and carved through an Imperial supply crawler with paired lances. The vehicle's armor peeled open, fuel ignited. Men inside burned and hammered against the hatches until ammunition cooked off and blew them outward in pieces. The Warwalker was gone before the return fire struck the place it had stood. Grav tanks descended out of low cloud like blades dropped by unseen hands. Their hulls shimmered under hollow fields, splitting into false images that drew heavy weapons fire into empty air. They struck supply columns, artillery parks, fuel dumps, and medici shelters adjacent to Imperial command positions. They did not linger over massed infantry. They did not harvest fear. They did not take captives. They killed what made the invasion move, then vanished into green stormlight. Guardians appeared only when humans were threatened. That was what troubled Varun most. He saw them at the edge of Kareth's Hollow, pale helms behind curved barricades, shuriken catapults raised not over the villagers, but before them. He saw human men retreat behind Eldar lines and not be struck down. He saw an Eldar warrior take a lasbolt, meant for a child being dragged into a cellar. He saw a guardian squad fall back step by step, covering wounded humans with the discipline of soldiers defending their own kin. They did not behave like masters protecting property. They behaved like guardians. The order came to take the Wraithbone Causeway before the Eldari used it to evacuate the southern settlements. Varun led the strike himself. The causeway rose from the jungle in a pale arc, half bridge, half living bone, its surface veined with runes that glimmered beneath ash and moss. It crossed a ravine filled with thermal vapor and black trees whose branches curled around the lower supports like fingers around a throat. Beyond it lay terraces cut into volcanic stone and doors that opened into the hillside without seam or hinge. Breacher shields advanced first. The salamanders moved in locked formation, shields overlapping, bolters firing from the gaps. The shuriken storm struck them with a sound like a million razors passing through silk. Monomolecular discs screamed against ceramite, biting grooves into green plate, shredding purity seals, slicing through exposed cables. One brother took a burst through the throat joint and fell drowning in his own blood, helm grill spraying red mist over the shield before him. The line stepped over him without breaking. Forward, Varun voxed. Flamers answered from the second rank. Fire rolled across the causeway's flanks, washing over concealed platforms and rune-veiled murder holes. Eldar forms flickered into sight as heat stripped the lies from the air. Some leapt clear with inhuman grace. Others burned, their armor blackening, their bodies twisting as the promethium clung. Smell was not human. It was sharper, stranger, but pain made no species distinction in the way it bent a body. Bakan Ath walked beside the left flank, servo arms locking and unlocking as he guided bursts from his heavy flamer. "Measured breath," he chanted to the weapon spirit. "Not frenzy, not waste. Eat only where I point you." The causeway itself screamed, not aloud, not in the air. It screamed through helm vox, through bone conduction, through the fillings in mortal teeth and the augmetic joints of the Mechanicum adepts advancing behind the Legion line. It was psychoactive stone, alive with alien memory, and each hammer blow, each melter burst, each burning rune drove pain through whatever passed for its soul. The ambush opened at the midpoint. The air behind Varun folded in white light. Eldar warriors appeared on the upper spine of the causeway and along the ravine walls, weapons already firing. A support squad vanished under converging shuriken fire, their armor cut open in bright, obscene lines. Brother Hekar tried to turn his heavy bolter and lost both hands at the wrist, the weapon dropping as blood jetted from severed gauntlets. "Teleport beacon," Varun said. "Now!" Firedrake Sergeant Ritan Sol and his Terminators arrived inside Thunder. They materialized in the heart of the Eldar kill pocket, cataphractii plate smoking from translation. For a heartbeat, the aliens had surrounded empty air. Then the air filled with giants. Ritan's thunderhammer struck the causeway and cracked psychoactive stone in a spreading web. An Eldar warrior vanished beneath the next blow, armor and body flattened together into the white surface. Another Firedrake fired a heavy flamer point blank into a concealed alcove, turning the ambushers inside into thrashing shadows. A third took a bright lance hit to the chest and kept walking, armor molten around the impact, chain fist rising and falling until the weapon crew ahead of him ceased to have bodies separate from the wall. The salamanders did not cheer. They advanced. At the far end of the causeway, beneath a broken arch, the Eldari commander waited. He was tall even for his kind, helm crested with blade-like fins, armor of ivory and dark green, reflecting the flames as though fire were beneath contempt. A curved power blade rested in his hand. Around him, surviving guardians drew back in disciplined arcs, covering the retreat of humans through the hillside gates. Varun's autosenses marked him as priority command. The Eldar spoke first, his voice carried by amplification and something older than machinery. "You come late, Monkey, and call the cradle a prison because your eyes were forged for chains." Varun leveled his bolter. "Name yourself, Xenos. I am Karistan of the last ward upon this wounded world. You bring fire to children and call it dawn. You stand between humanity and compliance. I stand between memory and the butcher's ledger." Before Varun could answer, the air shook with a force that made every warrior on the causeway turn. Vulkan had come. The Primarch strode through the smoke, his armor marked by ash and shuriken scars, his cloak stirring in the heat wash. Dawnbringer rested in one hand, flame reflected in his eyes. Behind him, salamanders lowered their weapons by instinct, though not enough to be foolish. The Eldari commander inclined his helm a fraction, not submission, not respect, but acknowledgement that a greater weapon had entered the field. Vulkan halted amid the bodies of both species. "Release the humans," he said. Kairistan's helm angled toward the burning terraces, where human refugees vanished into hidden ways. "They were released generations before your empire found this sky." "By Eldar? From Drukhari." The word struck harder than the shuriken storm. Varun saw Vulkan go still. Kairistan continued, each word elegant and merciless. "From hooks, from cages, from the pleasure dens of your nightmare cousins in suffering. We did what your kind did not. We found them. We broke their chains. We brought them here." Vulkan's grip tightened around Dawnbringer. Lies. Truth often sounds like insult to young species. The moment might have become something other than battle. Not peace. Never peace. But perhaps a wound opened cleanly enough to be seen. Then the Iron Hands arrived. Ferrus Manus did not come in person. His will came through engines. Sicaran battle tanks thundered from the northern ash plain, their accelerator cannons opening at range. Land raiders followed, black hulls grinding over jungle growth, Lascannons cutting bright lines through smoke. Heavy weapon cadres took position along the ridge and fired in perfect sequence. The causeway vanished beneath impacts. Wraithbone exploded in white shards. Human screams rose from the retreating gates as sections of terrace collapsed. Eldar hollow fields flickered and died under massed fire. Varun cursed and dragged one wounded brother behind a broken shield. Kairistan looked once at Vulkan. "See how swiftly your question becomes answer." Then he was gone, falling back with his warriors through the smoke, not fleeing alone, but shepherding the human refugees with him. To the Imperial augurs, it looked like abduction. To the men firing the guns, it looked like proof. The Death Guard closed the marsh approaches by evening. Phosphex fell in crawling sheets of pale flame that burned with spiteful persistence, eating through wood, cloth, flesh, and armor seals. Chemshells burst among reed villages, where humans had fled from both the Eldar withdrawal and the Iron Hands' advance. The air became a green-yellow poison. Men clawed at their throats. Children convulsed in the mud. Eldar ward lights failed one by one under chemical saturation. Salamanders sent to recover survivors found bodies fused together in shelters, mouths open, lungs cooked or liquefied by toxins not meant to distinguish combatant from kin. The liberation became a corridor of corpses. By nightfall, Vulkan confronted his brothers in the field command bastion. Ferrus Manus stood before a hololithic map of the southern war zone, his silver hands clasped behind him. Red kill markers bloomed across the projection where his armored thrust had succeeded. Mortarion stood in the shadow of a support pillar, silent at first, his presence making the filtered air feel diseased. Vulkan entered without ceremony. His armor still bore ash from the causeway. Your attack shattered a civilian withdrawal. Ferris did not turn immediately. It shattered an enemy evacuation route. They were humans. They fought beside Xenos. They withdrew under Xenos protection. The machines recorded this. Machines record action, Vulkan said, not truth. Ferris turned then, his eyes cold as worked iron. Flesh lies. Machines record. The record shows humans defending alien shrines, obeying alien command, and retreating into alien infrastructure. Mortarian's voice slid from the shadows. Any people who breathe too long beside witches breathe witchery themselves. Vulkan looked at him. You poisoned villages. I denied routes to the enemy. You killed humans. I killed vectors of corruption before they could become insurgents. Mortarian stepped forward, pale armor hissing softly. Do not dress indecision as compassion, brother. It insults us both. Ferris gestured toward the hololith. Your restraint has given the Eldar time to move population assets, conceal command nodes, and prepare further resistance. You sought certainty. You have it. No, Vulkan said. I have fragments. Fragments are sufficient when they all cut the same way. For a moment, none of the mortals in the bastion moved. A Castian here stood near the command table with other officers, face rigid, eyes lowered. Varun remained by the entrance, hearing every word and wishing he did not understand each side as well as he did. Vulkan's mercy had not been defeated by hatred. It had been surrounded by logic. The Vox crackled before any Primarch could speak again. Bacon Ath's voice came through, layered with distortion and something close to disgust. My Lord Vulkan, we have found a chamber beneath the ruined shrine at the causeway terminus. It is warded. Eldar construction, not a prison for humans. Vulkan turned toward the Vox station. What does it hold? A pause. Static. Then Barkan answered. A living Drukhari. The bastion went colder. Vulkan's eyes darkened. Secure it. I am coming. Beneath the shattered shrine, below cracked wraithbone and stone blackened by Imperial fire, the salamanders found the captive hanging within a circle of alien runes. The Drukhari was thin, pale and beautiful, in the way a poisoned blade was beautiful. Crystal hooks pierced his limbs, spine and throat. Wards glimmered around him, their light trembling whenever he moved. His body had been kept alive through methods that were neither mercy nor simple torture. He looked desiccated and amused. When Vulkan descended into the chamber, the captive lifted his head. For a heartbeat, the Drukhari stared into the Primarch's ember-red eyes. Then he began to laugh. It was a dry, broken sound, made worse by the hooks in his throat. When he spoke, the words came in a mangled dialect that had not been heard on Nocturne since the old nights of terror. Mountain child, the captive rasped, smiling through blackened teeth. Still burning, still late. The warding pit had not been built as a prison. It had been built as a warning. The chamber lay beneath the shattered shrine like a black heart, buried under pale ribs. Its walls were not stone, though the first glance lied otherwise. They were glass, volcanic and dark, fused smooth by heat so intense that the surrounding rock had once run like wax. Within that blackness, Eldari runes glimmered in layered circuits, each symbol thin as a knife stroke and cold as starlight. They moved when watched. They altered their angles by fractions, making the eye ache and the mind refuse certainty. Human bone charms hung from hooks set between the runes. Finger bones, teeth, knuckle joints, slivers of rib carved with old Nocturnian knotwork. Not trophies, not the crude decorations of savages. They had been polished, marked, and bound with fiber, each one hanging in a precise place within the warding geometry. Forge Warden Barkan Ath saw the pattern before most mortal minds would have recognized there was one. The bones were not offerings to alien gods. They were anchors, memory given structure, human grief woven into Xenos craft. At the chamber's center, Suspended above a circular depression filled with ash and old blood, hung the Drukhari captive. He had been beautiful once, and in some hideous manner still was. Tall, pale, narrow-boned, his flesh drawn tight across a body that seemed too refined to belong to anything mortal. Age had not made him weak. It had sharpened him. Even mutilation had not stolen his arrogance. Psycho-reactive hooks pierced his wrists, shoulders, thighs, spine, and throat, each one grown from crystal that pulsed faintly whenever he breathed. Some entered cleanly. Others had been twisted and reinserted over centuries, ensuring that each movement was a conversation with agony. The Eldari had not tortured him for pleasure. That distinction mattered, though it offered no mercy. This was punishment as ritual, vengeance as architecture. His pain had been made useful. The warding pit drank from it, turned it, refined it, and cast it outward against the hidden paths beneath Caldera. Every nerve flare in the captive's ruined body had been shaped into a blade against his own kind. He was not a prisoner alone. He was a living alarm bell, a chained oath, a warning to the webway that this gate remembered what the Dark Kin had done. The captive lifted his head when Vulkan entered. The Primarch did not speak at once. His sons filled the chamber behind him, green armor blackened from the fighting above. Dakir Varun stood at his right, bolter lowered but ready. Baken Ath moved with slow, mechanical reverence along the perimeter, his servo arms twitching as his lenses drank in rune patterns, crystal tensions, and warding fields. Fire Drake Sergeant Raitan Sol waited near the entrance in Terminator plate, his thunderhammer resting in both hands, Helm's Drake-scarred faceplate turned toward the thing in the center. The Drukhari smiled. His lips were split. His teeth were black at the roots. His tongue had been cut and healed wrong more than once, yet his expression carried the serene contempt of a noble receiving low-born petitioners. "Mountain child," he rasped again, dragging the words through broken Nocturnian. "Still burning, still late." Vulkan stepped closer. The hooks brightened. The runes answered. The air tightened around the Primarch, as though the chamber itself feared what he might do. On the captive's breastplate, half hidden beneath old scars and ritual incisions, were trophy marks pressed into the remaining armor fragments fused to his flesh. Vulkan saw them clearly. A drake tooth, a broken anvil, a mountain knot, not Caldera's altered markings, not imitation. These were older. These were the signs of raids on Nocturne, cut from clans that had fought the night and lost sons, fathers, hunters, smiths. The marks were not painted. They were inlaid with fragments of human bone. Varen saw his father recognize them. The pyre captain had watched Vulkan crush Xenos engines, break fortress gates, and stand beneath artillery fire as if weather had chosen to hate him. He had never seen him struck like this. There was no outward stagger, no theatrical snarl, no bellowed oath, only stillness, sudden and terrible, as if a hammer had fallen somewhere deep inside the Primarch and found a hidden fault line. Baken's voice came through a low grill rasp. "These marks are consistent with Nocturnian clan iconography, Lord. Pre-compliance derivation, multiple lineages." "I see them," Vulkan said. The captive laughed. Each sound tugged the hooks in his throat. Blood, dark and thin, ran down his chest in delicate lines. "You see so little," he whispered. "That was always the charm of your kind. So much muscle, so much heat, so much certainty, so easy to lead by the wound." Vulkan's eyes remained on the trophy marks. "Name yourself." The Drukhari inclined his head as far as the hooks allowed. "Sithrak Vane, once blade heir to a lesser court beneath the Dark City's western agonies, once collector of mountain blood, once feared by your ash tribes before you were tall enough to hold a hammer." Raitan growled. "Give me leave, Lord. I will split him slowly enough for answers." Sithrak's smile widened. "Listen to the Iron Beast beg to be an artist." "No, Vulkan said. The single word silenced the fire drake. Vulkan moved close enough that his shadow swallowed the captive. The humans on this world, were they taken from Nocturne? Sithrak looked up into the Primarch's ember eyes and smiled like a blade being drawn. Many were. Some begged in your tongue, some cursed your mountains. All broke beautifully. The chamber changed. Nothing moved, yet every salamander felt the moment become dangerous beyond battle. Varun's gauntlet tightened around his bolter grip. Raitan's hammerhead dipped a fraction, eager for permission. Bakan Ath's servo arms locked in mid-air, their auger claws open. Vulkan's hand rose. It closed around Sithrak's torso with slow, unbearable restraint. The captive's ribs creaked beneath the Primarch's fingers. The hooks flared white. Warding runes pulsed across the chamber walls. Sithrak gasped, then laughed through the pressure, blood bubbling between his teeth. Vulkan could have ended him with less effort than a mortal used to break kindling. He did not. The Primarch released him. Sithrak sagged in the hooks, breathing wetly, eyes bright with triumph, because he had almost made the giant forget his need for truth. Continue, Vulkan said. The Drukhari swallowed blood. They screamed in Komara's lesser dens, not the high theatres. Do not flatter them. They were cattle, mountain stock, strong bones, high pain tolerance, useful. Some died under knives, some in arenas, some in vats. Some learned to pray to anything that looked away from us with disgust. Vulkan did not move. Then came the pale cousins, Sithrak said, spitting the words with more hatred than he had shown for the Imperials. Craftworld mourners, spirit hoarders. They breached a gate during a raid of their own righteous spite. They killed the careless. They stole what remained of your people and called it mercy. They brought them here, fed them, hid them, taught them songs, taught them who had saved them. His smile became almost tender in its cruelty. And now you have come to finish what we began? Varun felt the words go through him like a shot. A lie would have been easier. A lie could be burned away. Truth had weight. It lodged inside the armor. Vulkan's voice remained low. Why keep you alive? Sithrak's eyes flicked toward the walls. Ask the runes. Ask the bones. Ask the dead who wanted my pain to stand guard after their throats became dust. I am a lock. I am a bell. I am their little vengeance made useful. Bakan Ath turned from the wall, his red lenses bright. He speaks accurately. Several salamanders looked toward the tech marine. Bakan's servo arms traced patterns in the air, projecting a ghostly schematic of the ward circle. This is not a chaos rite. No empiric supplication. No demonic invitation. No warp predation in the structure. The geometry is Eldari, modified by human memorial anchors. Its function is defensive, anti-Drukhari, anti-webway incursion. Pain response from the captive is converted through psycho-reactive crystal and spirit matrix reinforcement. The system is crude by Eldari standards, but effective. Varun stared at the bone charms with new understanding and old revulsion. They chained a monster to keep monsters away. Affirmative, Bacon said, and remembered doing it. The Vox broke open with gunfire. The first ranger shot struck a salamander at the entrance, punching through the soft joint beneath his helm and exploding from the opposite side in a spray of blood and ceramite fragments. He fell inward, dead before his body struck the black glass floor. "Contact!" Raitan roared. The shrine above erupted. Eldari forces came not as a wave, but as cuts. Wraithbone doors that had looked sealed moments before opened into corridors that had not existed. Green mist rolled through the chamber approaches. Figures moved inside it, low and swift, their armor ridged and masked with predatory helms. Chainblades purred. Mandiblasters spat white flashes. One salamander disappeared beneath 3 attackers and rose half a breath later with his throat open to the spine. blood pumping over his chest plate before his flamer washed the corridor in dying reflex. Raitan met the ambush head-on. His thunderhammer took the first aspect warrior in the side and smashed him into the wall hard enough to crack the black glass behind the runes. The alien's armor folded around his body, limbs snapping inward. Another leapt onto the fire drake's back, blade seeking cable and joint. Raitan reached over his shoulder, caught the warrior by the helm, and crushed it until pale fluid ran between his gauntlet fingers. "Hold the pit," Varun ordered. "No flame on the ward circle." The command was almost impossible to obey. The corridors reshaped around them. A doorway became a blank wall as Brother Sate stepped through it, severing him from the squad. His vox burst into static, and a single strangled oath before silence. Another passage opened above, and shuriken fire poured down from an impossible angle, slicing through a mortal auxilia detachment that had followed too close. Men came apart in strips, armor and flesh shaved away in red fans. Their screams filled the lower shrine until bolter fire swallowed them. Humans fought beside the Eldar. That was what made the battle foul in the eyes of the Imperials, and holy in the eyes of those who defended the shrine. Caldera men in ash cloaks fired from behind wraithbone screens. They shouted warnings to Eldari warriors in their mixed tongue. One old human dragged a wounded guardian out of the line of a salamander flamer and took a bolt shell meant for the alien. The round burst inside his chest and threw him backward in pieces, but the guardian lived long enough to return fire. Varun advanced behind his shield, fury and confusion warring beneath his helm. "Why?" he voxed, though he did not know whom he asked. "Why die for them?" A human defender answered from the smoke, perhaps hearing nothing, perhaps hearing everything. "They came when the knives came." Then Barken burned the barricade around him, and the man's answer became ash. Vulkan did not join the slaughter immediately. He stood before the warding pit, while battle closed around him, eyes locked on Sithrak Vane. The Drukhari watched the chaos with open delight, every death another flavor passing across his face. "They love them," Sithrak whispered. "Is it not obscene? Cattle loving wolves because the wolves chased away jackals." Vulkan turned away from him at last. Dawnbringer moved once. The hammer struck the floor, and the shockwave threw 3 Eldari attackers from their feet. Vulkan crossed the chamber in a stride and brought his fist through the chest of another, lifting the alien from the ground before hurling the body into a closing wraithbone door with enough force to jam it open. His gauntlet flamer roared down the exposed passage. Shadows twisted inside the flame. Armor split, flesh blackened. The corridor's living walls recoiled and reshaped too slowly to save those within. The battle ended not with victory, but with withdrawal. The Eldari did not spend lives uselessly. They took their wounded if they could, their dead if time allowed, and their human allies if corridors remained open. Where they could not hold, they sealed passages behind them. Where they could not seal, they collapsed wraithbone ribs and left the salamanders clawing through psychoactive debris. When silence returned to the pit, it came ragged. The floor was slick with mingled blood. Human bone charms swung in heated air. Several runes had dimmed. One had gone dark entirely. Bakan Ath knelt beside the ward circle. If we remove him, the system fails. Varun looked at the captive. If we leave him, the Eldari will try again. Vulkan's gaze remained on Sithrak. He is coming with us. Bakan's red lenses shifted. Lord, breaking the circle will carry unknown consequence through the local webway lattice. I know. Raitan's hammer was wet. Let it scream then. Better a screaming gate than a laughing snake. The orders passed upward through the fleet before the prisoner was cut down. Ferrus Manus received Baken's assessment aboard an Iron Hands command crawler grinding across the ash plain. He listened without interruption as the Tech Marine's report detailed the ward's defensive purpose, the Drukhari prisoners' confirmation, the Nocturnian blood markers, and the likelihood that the humans of Caldera, descended from captives, liberated by Craftworld Eldar. When the report ended, Ferrus gave his reply. Saved by Xenos, remains contaminated by Xenos. The Iron Hands officers around him accepted the conclusion as if it had been calculated by a perfect machine. Gratitude toward aliens is structural corruption, Ferrus continued. The population has been reforged around a flawed bond. Metal remembers the hammer that shapes it. If the shaping was impure, the blade must be broken or remade. Elsewhere, Mortarion heard the same truth and found even less conflict within it. He stood among the marsh dead, while Death Guard destroyer cadres marked villages with plague-yellow sigils. Each symbol meant sterilization pending. Some settlements were empty. Some still contained the dying. Some contained humans too afraid to flee and too loyal to abandon their shrines. The Death Guard marked them all with the same patient hand. "Leave survivors," Mortarion said to his commanders, "and you leave memory. Leave memory, and you leave rebellion. Sterilize all settlement zones touched by the witch structures. Burn the roots. Salt the ash." No one questioned him. Below the ruined shrine, Vulkan watched as Bak and Ath prepared to break the ward circle. The Techmarine servo arms attached null clamps to crystal hooks. Salamanders stood ready with chains, stasis manacles, and weapons. Sithrak Vane hung limp but smiling, his eyes fixed on Vulkan, as though the Primarch were the only entertainment in the galaxy worthy of his attention. "The Dark City remembers Nocturne," the Drukhari said softly. Vulkan said nothing. "We remember the taste of your mountain clans. We remember the ones who fought. We remember the ones who begged. We remember the boy who killed skimmers with his hands." Sithrak's smile widened. "Do you think old gates forget old roads?" Varun felt the meaning before the words settled. The Cabal knew, or some remnant of it did. Somewhere beyond reality's skin, in the labyrinth of Comora, there were predators who remembered Nocturne's blood and might now smell it again on Caldera. Bakken severed the first hook. The ward circle screamed. No sound entered mortal ears. It bypassed them. It moved through armor, marrow, and thought. Runes along the walls ignited in white fire. The bone charms rattled as though shaken by a storm. Far beneath the shrine, something vast and ancient answered. Not awake, not alive, but disturbed. Sithrak laughed as the second hook came free. The webway felt the wound. Far from Caldera, beyond distance, beyond sane geometry, in the shadowed depths of the Dark City, an old gate cried out. In Comora, where towers pierced poisoned twilight and screams rose like incense from arenas, an Archon turned his helm toward the sound. Shal Zorath listened. Then he began to prepare a raid. The War Council smelled of burned jungle, hot metal, and poison. It had been raised inside a command bastion, driven into the black volcanic skin of Caldera, a fortress of prefabricated adamantine, void-hardened plates, and shielded cogitator banks. The structure had no roots in the world. It was imperial in the purest sense, lowered from the sky, bolted into foreign soil, and declared inevitable by the men who stood within it. Outside, rain fell through ash and came down grey. The drops hissed where they struck cooling Promethean pools. Distant artillery spoke at irregular intervals, each report rolling through the bastion walls like a god clearing its throat. Within the central strategium, Caldera burned in miniature. Hololithic projections floated above the command table, layered in green, red, amber, and corpse white. The black jungles crawled with heat signatures. Eldar retreat paths shimmered as pale threads through ravines, wraithbone tunnels, and volcanic terraces. Human refugee columns appeared as trembling clusters of blue light, some moving behind Eldari escorts, some trapped between Imperial advance zones and Death Guard chem lines. Webway nodes pulsed beneath the map like infected organs, their geometry refusing to remain still under Mechanicum translation. Around that light stood three Primarchs. Vulkan was fire held in restraint, immense in emerald and black, his eyes reflecting the hololith's burning world, as though Caldera already smouldered inside him. Ferrus Manus was iron given judgment, arms folded, silver hands bright and cold beneath the command loom. Mortarion was poison in the shape of a monarch, pale and still, his rebreather murmuring softly, the air around him seeming thinner and less willing to be breathed. No mortal in the chamber mistook the council for conversation. It was weather deciding how to kill a city. Vulkan spoke first. The population must be separated from the Eldari before further escalation. Ferrus Manus looked at the map as if the answer were already written in every moving rune. Impossible. It has not been attempted at scale. The scale is the reason it cannot be done. Ferrus lifted one metallic hand, and the map obeyed him. Human settlements brightened. Eldar paths brightened with them. Shrine nodes, food stores, water systems, defensive lines, burial sites. Their loyalty is not adjacent to the Xeno's presence. It is fused into it. Remove the alien, and you collapse their civil order. Remove the humans, and you leave the alien infrastructure intact. There is no clean division. There is always a division between the misled and the damned, Vulkan said. Mortarion made a low sound behind his mask. It was not amusement. Mercy has become a logistical indulgence, brother. You ask for time, corridors, guards, interrogators, medicae, translators, blood testing, food, and restraint. Each request costs lives and gives witches another hour to prepare their knives. Vulkan's gaze turned on him. You speak of cost after salting marsh villages with chemfire. I speak of cost because I understand it. You understand expenditure. Mortarion stepped closer to the table. In the hololith glow, his armor looked like bone recovered from plague soil. Expenditure is war without ornament. You would dress it in compassion and call the garment virtue. I would rather name the corpse. Ferrus gestured again, and Iron Hand's vectors unfolded across the map with surgical clarity. The 10th proposes decapitation strikes against Eldar command architecture. Orbital lance taps against upper Wraithbone crown structures. Armored spearheads through the northern basalt flats. Graviton weapons deployed at tunnel convergence points. Collapse the living roots while their leadership withdraws. Sever control. Bury resistance under its own sanctuary. The projections changed as he spoke. Lance beams descended in clean columns of light. Wraithbone districts folded inward. Caverns imploded. Terraces collapsed onto lower habitation galleries. The simulation contained no screams, no dust-choked lungs, no bodies crushed beneath sanctuaries built by generations of grateful hands. It showed only success probabilities, pressure blooms, and declining enemy cohesion. Vulkan watched entire settlements vanish under pale geometry. You would crush the inhabited tunnels. I would crush command routes used by Xeno's forces. Humans live inside them. Humans fight from them. They also shelter there. Ferrus's silver fingers closed into a fist. Then the Xenos chose their shields. Well, Mortarion's own plan came next, though he needed no hololithic elegance to make it clear. He spoke, and the Death Guard icons moved like a spreading illness. Environmental denial, chem bombardment across the marsh basin and lower jungle arteries, trench advances under rad fog screens, corpse clearing flamer details in all marked settlements, phosphex only where webway structures resist conventional saturation. We do not chase them through every hole. We make every hole unlivable. The projection darkened. Green zones turned yellow. Yellow turned grey. Grey became absence. Rivers died in lines. Valleys filled with toxin. Lowland routes vanished beneath hazard sigils. Vulkan's expression hardened. You would kill the land. Mortarion's eyes were flat and pale. The land is sheltering the enemy. And those who cannot flee, they die nearer to the truth of the age than most. A mortal officer behind the table swallowed too loudly. No one looked at him. That saved his life, or at least his dignity. Vulkan placed both hands on the command table. It did not bend under the pressure, but several cogitator housings clicked in distress. No, I will not spend this world through ledger arithmetic and poison drift. There is a third path. Ferrus turned his head. Speak it. The central gate. Vulkan's gauntleted finger touched the largest pulsing node in the extinct volcanic basin at the heart of the continent. Their command coherence flows from there. Their retreat paths bend toward it. The Drukhari prisoner's existence proves the gate is tied to old incursions. If we take it, destroy it, and force their leaders into open battle, we end the danger of further dark kin return and break Eldari control without exterminating every human settlement. Ferrus studied the projection. Direct assault against the strongest defended point. Yes, a costly proposition. Less costly than murdering every valley because it contains a shrine. Mortarion tilted his head. And if the humans defend the gate? Vulkan did not answer at once. The silence was answer enough. If they defend it, Vulkan said at last, they will be treated as armed enemy auxiliaries, but we will give them the chance to withdraw. Ferrus looked upon his brother with something close to pity, though there was no warmth in it. You are still trying to separate alloy already cast. I am trying not to mistake the furnace for justice. The furnace does not care what name you give it, Mortarion said. It only consumes. The council ended without agreement, which in a gathering of Primarchs was merely another way of saying that each doom had been given leave to prepare itself. Far from the Imperial Bastion, beneath wraithbone arches hidden in a mountain's inner curve, Caristan gathered the last wardens of Caldera. The chamber had been grown rather than built. Its walls curved like the inside of a pale shell, every surface veined with faint light. Spirit stones hung in suspended lattices, their glow dimmed by loss. Around the autarch stood warriors of several paths, their helms removed or sealed according to discipline and grief. Rangers leaned in shadow. Guardian captains stood beside human elders, wearing ash cloaks and Nocturnian-derived knot scars. Warlocks spoke in whispers to the dead. The humans did not kneel. That had been one of the first customs the Eldari had forbidden them, generations ago. Gratitude was permitted. Worship was not. The distinction had not survived contact with fear, memory, and time. Caristan knew the Imperials would never understand that. They will come for the central gate, he said. An older ranger, his cloak torn by Promethean burn, inclined his head. The green giants, or the iron ones? All of them, in time. The Fireborn will lead, because their father still believes there is a blade edge between mercy and conquest. One Guardian captain spoke with cold bitterness. Then we should leave the humans. Their presence slows us. Their grief blinds us. We owe their ancestors memory, not extinction. A human elder named Orin of the Hearthline stepped forward. His beard was ash-white, his face marked by scars earned in old raids against Drukhari splinter bands. Say it before us, Star-Lord. Do not say it as though we are cattle behind a screen. The Guardian captain looked at him, and, to his credit, did not look away. You may doom us. Orin nodded. We may. And your people may doom us by keeping secrets that should have been spoken before the sky filled with iron. A warlock's eyes flashed behind his helm. The future is not a corridor that opens because mortals demand a door. No, Orin said. It is a knife your kind hide until it is already in our gut. Caristan raised a hand. The chamber stilled, though resentment remained alive in every breath. We will not abandon them, he said. Several Eldari warriors shifted. One whispered something in their tongue too soft for human ears. Caristan heard it. Nor will we pretend sentiment is strategy. Evacuation through the lower gates continues, but the old paths are compromised. The Drukhari scent the wards weakening. The Imperials press from orbit and ground. If we run without breaking their momentum, They will cut us down in the arteries of the world. A warlock stepped forward. His armor bore runes of warning and mourning. Then we used the labyrinth. The chamber grew colder. Orin looked from one alien face to another. What labyrinth? Karistan answered before the warlock could. A vision engine, an old defense grown around the central approaches. It does not merely hide corridors. It offers certainty to those who deserve doubt. The Iron Primarch, the warlock said. He is vulnerable because he believes himself beyond illusion. Draw Ferrus Manus into the labyrinth, and the invasion will lose its cleanest blade. We may break their timing. We may also show him what waits ahead. The Guardian Captain's tone sharpened. You would warn one of them? I would wound him with truth, the warlock replied. A wound may alter the hand that holds the blade. Karistan did not share the hope. He understood manipulation better than mercy. The labyrinth would not be a noble gift. It would be a snare baited with the future, a psychic engine using prophecy as a hook. It might slow the Imperials. It might fracture their unity. It might show the Iron Giant visions of brother killing brother, and perhaps the horror of what mankind's crusade would become. Or it might simply enrage him. Karistan chose the risk, because all remaining choices were knives. Prepare the labyrinth, he said. Draw the Iron One if chance allows. Do not seek to save his soul. Seek to delay his guns. Orin's hands tightened around the staff he carried. And Vulkan? Karistan looked toward the ceiling, beyond which the green sun bled through storm and ash. The Fireborn must be made to see what his empire refuses to know. And if he sees and burns us anyway? The Autarch's answer was quiet. Then he will at least know what he is burning. In another realm of impossible height and infinite cruelty, the Drukhari prepared as only they could. Komorah did not wake for war. It never slept. It sharpened. In the shadowed dock spires of a lesser cabal, raider skimmers hung from chain cradles like predatory insects waiting to be released. Their blade prows were polished with oils rendered from screaming captives. Venoms purred in ranks, their splinter cannons fed with crystal ammunition thin enough to enter the blood and cruel enough to remain there. Ravagers drifted above the lower gantries, dark lances test-firing into chained slabs of meat that had once been prisoners from worlds no one would remember. Cabalite squads armed themselves in silence broken by laughter. They checked splinter rifles, hooked blades, shard carbines, agonizers, and trophy racks. Hellions raced through the upper dark on skyboards, carving patterns between hanging cages, while captives inside them shrieked from the near misses. Racks moved below, surgical masks gleaming, their tools folded inside forearm rigs, and hip-mounted racks of needles, saws, hooks, and vials. Grotesques waited in restraint frames, vast flesh-crafted brutes stitched from ruined bodies and swollen muscle, their minds reduced to obedience and hunger. At the center of the preparation stood Vostrul, the red-handed. The homunculus wore robes that might once have been skin, though from how many species none could say with certainty. His hands were red not with fresh blood alone, but stained down to the flesh by centuries of work. Extra limbs twitched from his spine. Glass vials clicked against his chest. His face was a smiling arrangement of surgical decisions. Archon Shal-Zorath watched him from a balcony of black crystal. The Archon's armor was midnight lacquer and razor-edged silver. Soul gems hung from his collar in small, delicate settings. Some were old, some whispered. One bore a rune taken during a raid near Nocturne's ancient paths, and it had begun to tremble when the Caldera gate screamed. "They have opened the old wound," Shal-Zorath said. Vostrul's smile widened. "Not opened, irritated. The distinction matters to physicians and artists. To raiders, only opportunity matters. Then you will be pleased. The Imperials have brought armies. The craft-worlders have brought guilt. The humans have brought ancestral terror. This is not a battlefield, Lord Archon. It is a banquet prepared by fools who believed themselves generals. Charles Zorath looked down upon the loading decks as another grotesque broke its restraints and was punished with electrified hooks until its rage became manageable. "We do not conquer," the Archon said. A Kabbalite officer bowed. "We harvest. We do not hold ground. We take what screams. We do not seek the Primarch's death." The officer hesitated. Charles Zorath smiled beneath his helm. "No, not death. Not yet. Vulkan of Nocturne must see the shape of our art. He must understand that the greatest torments are not those we inflict with knives, but those we persuade others to commit in the name of virtue." Vostrul clapped his red hands together softly. "Exquisite." Beneath the Imperial fleet, in the guarded transfer vaults of the Promethean crown, Sithrak Vane waited for his own part in the design. The Drukhari prisoner had been suspended within a null field cage, layered with stasis locks and gravitic restraints. His body remained pierced by fragments of psycho-reactive crystal too dangerous to remove in haste. His wrists were chained. His spine was clamped. 4 armed guards stood watch outside the field, 2 mortal solar auxilia and 2 legion serfs under the command of a salamander's apothecary. No one trusted him. That was wise. It was not enough. Sithrak had endured centuries as a living ward. The Eldari had used his pain as a lock, but they had forgotten that Drukhari were born in cities where locks existed to be opened from the inside. Pain was not merely something inflicted upon him. It was a language. It was a tool. It was a currency. It was a map. He began by breathing incorrectly. The apothecary noticed and stepped nearer. "Hold position." Sithrak's chest hitched. A crystal hook buried beside his lung shifted against bone. The null field shimmered as pain flared through the psycho-reactive fragments. He made the pain travel, not as suffering alone, but as signal. Old implants woke beneath scar tissue. One hook split open along its length, exposing a needle-thin shard of black glass. The apothecary reached for an injector. Sithrak tore his own shoulder loose. The sound was wet, ugly, and immediate. Flesh ripped around the implanted crystal. Blood splashed the inside of the field. The pain spike overloaded the nearest restraint rune. The null field coughed, flickered, then surged outward. One mortal guard screamed as his nervous system fired all at once. He fell smoking inside his armor, blood boiling from his eyes. The second fired his las rifle, but the beam bent through the collapsing field and carved across the apothecary's pauldron instead. Sithrak slid bonelessly from one restraint, dislocating his arm with a smile, then drove the exposed crystal shard through the serf's throat when the man rushed in with a shock maul. The salamander's apothecary struck him hard enough to break ribs. Sithrak used the impact. He let the blow throw him into the failing null generator. His spine clamp tore free with strips of flesh. The psycho-reactive hooks screamed against the machine's containment field. Light burst through the vault. The second serf staggered blind. Sithrak took his knife, opened him from groin to sternum with one elegant movement, and spilled him across the deck, as though emptying a bag. He did not overpower the Astartes. He did not need to. When the apothecary lunged again, Sithrak triggered the last implanted hook. It detonated in a blossom of agony and crystal shrapnel, not strong enough to kill a space marine, but precise enough to blind helm lenses, jam Auspex feed, and fill the chamber with false pain signatures. By the time the apothecary's vision cleared, the Drukhari had vanished into an access hatch, slicked with his own blood. Sithrak crawled into the lower decks of the flagship, laughing through broken teeth. He was not free because he was stronger. He was free because every cruelty done to him had taught him another method of escape. On Caldera, Vulkan stood before the command bastion's open blast doors and watched the green sky burn. The first alarm reached him through the Legion command net. Varun's voice came hard over the vox. "Father, Eldari forces are massing at the central gate. Armor signatures, infantry concentrations, grav tanks, and human auxiliaries. They are preparing to hold." Vulkan closed his eyes for half a breath. When he opened them, The second alarm came from orbit, broken by static and the scream of murdered systems. Promethean crown to Primarchal command. Prisoner breach. Drukhari asset loose in lower decks. Additional Auspex ghosts manifesting inside the perimeter. Unknown skimmer signatures. Repeat, unknown skimmer signatures emerging inside the Imperial perimeter. The Vox dissolved beneath another voice, high and amused, carried on a frequency it should not have possessed. "Mountain child," whispered Sithrak Vane from somewhere in the dark between decks and worlds. "The old nightmare has returned." Above the jungle, the first raider slid out of impossible shadow, its blade prow wet with green light. Vulkan reached for his hammer. The largest Imperial advance on Caldera began under a sky the color of poisoned emerald. It was not a single assault. It was too vast for that. It was a migration of war, a continent-wide grinding of engines, boots, tracks, wings, and orbital fire control calculations. Across the southern volcanic belt, the salamanders moved in disciplined spearheads between settlement valleys and black jungle corridors. To the north, the Iron Hands advanced in armored columns, their Sicarans and land raiders cutting through basalt ridges with the certainty of machine logic. In the low marshes, the Death Guard walked behind rolling curtains of chemical fog, their trench lines extending like rot spreading through meat. Above them all, the fleet watched and calculated. Thousands of landing craft passed through the aurora. Macro haulers descended with ammunition and fuel. Medici stations unfolded from armored carriers like steel insects. Imperial army cohorts marched beneath banners stiff with ash. Solar Auxilia void-sealed infantry held junctions and causeways, their discipline impressive and their mortality absolute. Servitors trudged through mud with shell crates chained to their spines. Corpse wagons followed the columns at a respectful distance, because the Imperium had learned long ago that victory required men to gather the dead before disease claimed the living. The refugees were everywhere. Caldera's humans moved in broken rivers through ravines, wraithbone underpasses, jungle cuts, and volcanic gullies. Some fled from the advancing Imperial formations. Some fled toward them, believing any giant in green armor must be better than the chem fog and iron guns behind. Many moved under Eldari guidance, escorted by guardians and rangers, who vanished whenever Imperial aircraft circled too close. Men carried wounded kin. Elders dragged bundles of spirit stones wrapped in ashcloth. Boys clutched old rifles too heavy for their arms and watched the sky as if their ancestors' nightmares had finally learned new colors. Vulkan stood in the forward command cradle of a Thunderhawk, circling above the central advance. His helm rested locked beneath one arm. Through the armored glass, he saw the movement of armies as overlapping fires. His suns were green embers. The Iron Hands were black iron sparks. The Death Guard were a pale sickness spreading at the edges of the map. The human refugee columns were fragile lines of heat, too thin, too many, too easily erased. Dakir Varun's voice came over the Vox. Southern corridors secured for now. Eldar contact light. Human columns refusing standard compliance direction. They scatter whenever army units approach. "Keep the mortal cohorts behind your line," Vulkan said. "Aye, Father, but the army commanders are pressing for faster clearance. They may press their impatience into a report." There was a brief pause. "Understood." Another channel clicked open, cold with Iron Hand's signal discipline. "Ferris's spearheads are entering the labyrinth approaches," reported an Iron Hands officer. "Civilian presence confirmed. Movement ignored unless obstructive." Vulkan's jaw tightened. "You will avoid civilian districts until cleared." The reply came after a fractional delay. "The order conflicts with Primarchal directive from the 10th Legion." Before Vulkan could answer, the sky opened. It did not tear with thunder. It split with silence. Across the middle of the Imperial advance, in the ash-choked air above Medici tents and refugee roads, black wounds appeared in reality. Slits of impossible night widened between breaths. They opened beneath smoke banks, between gunships, behind supply lines, inside the spaces commanders had marked as secured. From them came speed, blades, and laughter. The Drukhari struck. Raider skimmers burst out of the wounds like hooked insects from a corpse. Their hulls were sleek, bladed, and black, reflecting the green sky in venomous streaks. Venoms darted beside them, small and swift, their splinter cannons already firing. Hellions rode the air on skyboards, whooping through ash, curved glaives held wide. Ravagers slid behind the first wave, with dark lances humming, hunting armor and command vehicles. They did not descend in ranks. They came in swarms and arcs, each movement too fast for mortal gunners and too cruel to be wasteful. Their first targets were not the salamanders. They struck the refugee columns. Splinter fire hissed into the crowds. It did not tear men apart as bolters did. It made them drop alive. A Caldera Eldar stiffened mid-step and fell face first into ash, eyes open, mouth working around a scream his locked muscles could not release. A boy carrying a water skin collapsed beside him, fingers clawed, spine arched, every nerve turned into a shrine for pain. Solar Auxilia Medici rushed forward and were cut down by the same crystal shards, their bodies twitching under white armor while their patients stared helplessly from stretchers. Chain snares whipped down from raiders. Hooks punched through shoulders, backs, thighs, and bellies. Men were lifted screaming into the air, some still clutching the hands of those beside them, until fingers tore loose with wet cracks. One refugee was caught around the jaw, the chain pulling tight until his lower face came apart and he rose into the smoke, spraying blood over the crowd below. Another was dragged by the ribs, body kicking, boots striking the heads of those trying to flee. The raiders did not slow. Their crews laughed as the living harvest swung beneath them. Pain engines drifted through the smoke after the skimmers. They were not war machines in any honest sense. They were surgical nightmares given motive power, floating frames of hooks, needles, saws, nerve prods, and twitching restraint arms. Racks guided them with delicate gestures, selecting the paralyzed, the wounded, the screaming. The engines lowered into Medici zones, where Imperial surgeons had been cutting armor from injured men moments before. Now the wounded were gathered with exquisite efficiency. A Solar Auxilia lieutenant, both legs already gone from an earlier mine blast, tried to shoot himself with a sidearm before a rack pierced his wrist and made his fingers open. The homunculus servant stroked his face as if comforting him, then fed a needle into the corner of his eye. The Medici tent became a slaughterhouse that refused death as a kindness. Archon Chalzorath watched from the deck of his raider as the raid unfolded beneath him. He was corpse-pale where his helm left glimpses of flesh, exquisite in the manner of a blade balanced on a vein. His armor was lacquered midnight and edged with silver hooks, each plate shaped for grace and cruelty. Around his throat hung soul gems taken across generations of raids. Several were ancient stones containing the last echoes of nocturne-descended bloodlines, captives stolen from mountain villages in ages when Vulkan had been little more than a story beginning to gather fire. Those stones trembled now, warmed by proximity to their greatest living grief. Chalzorath did not look upon Vulkan as a general looks upon an enemy commander. He looked upon him as an artist looks upon rare pigment. "There," the Archon whispered, though the roar of battle could not touch his voice within the raiders' field. "The mountain giant, the furnace heart. Do not kill him, not unless I command it." A Kabbalite beside him bowed. "As you will, my Archon. He must see helplessness. He must understand the shape of our generosity. Death would be a closed door. Suffering opens galleries." Below, the salamanders answered. Their response was controlled fury, and because it was controlled, it was terrible. Flamers formed exclusion walls around the refugee corridors. Promethium burst in disciplined curtains, cutting the air beneath diving skimmers, forcing Hellions to rise or burn. Heavy bolters mounted on land speeders and support tripods hammered upward, their shells chewing through venoms and blasting riders from the sky in bursts of black armor and pale limbs. A raider sweeping low over a medici station took 3 heavy bolter streams through its flank. Its hull opened like a butchered fish. Cabalites spilled out, some still alive, some already burning, all of them struck apart by bolt impacts before they hit the ground. Firedrake Terminators held the central refugee road. Raitan's soul stood at their head, thunderhammer in both hands, cataphractii plates scarred by shuriken and splinter impacts. Behind him, Caldera humans and Imperial wounded tried to crawl, stagger, or carry one another through the smoke. Around him, mortal soldiers died in heaps. Splinter fire slipped through armor seals. Chain snares dragged men over barricades. A Hellion swept low and took a Solar Auxilia trooper's head with a glaive, laughing as the body ran 3 more steps before falling. Raitan did not pursue him. He held the road. "Shield line," he voxed. The fire drakes locked their bulk across the corridor. A raider tried to pass over them, dropping hooks into the crowd behind. Raitan's hammer rose. The weapon struck the skimmer's underside as it crossed, discharging with a thunderclap. The raider flipped, its prow driving into the ash road, momentum carrying it through its own crew. The crash smeared Cabalites, prisoners, and wreckage across 20 meters of ground. One hooked captive survived the impact long enough to scream until a salamander cut him free and found there was too little of him left to save. Varun led the counterfire from the eastern ridge. "Prioritize snarecraft," he ordered. "Leave the Ravagers to the anti-armor teams. Save the living first." Brother Numion, one eye lens replaced by a crude battlefield optic, fired a missile into a venom banking over a triage hollow. The explosion hurled wreckage into the jungle. Burning Drukhari fell among the black trees, and the trees began eating them before the flames finished the work. It might have become a salvageable disaster. Then Vulkan entered the raid. His Thunderhawk descended through splinter fire and dark lance beams, guns roaring. One engine trailed smoke. The assault ramp opened before the craft fully landed. Vulkan leapt from it into the ash and struck the ground like a falling shrine. A raider came for him at once, its pilot either brave, foolish, or eager for the favor of the Archon. Dawnbringer met it in mid-flight. Vulkan hurled the hammer upward with both hands. It crossed the distance in a blur of fire-wreathed metal and struck the raider's prow dead center. The skimmer folded around the impact. Its blade-like hull shattered backward. Crew bodies burst under the force. The vehicle fell from the sky in 2 burning halves, one half ploughing through a line of racks, the other tumbling end over end into a cluster of Hellions who vanished beneath the wreckage. Dawnbringer returned to Vulkan's grasp, as if pulled by the gravity of his wrath. Racks advanced on him in a graceful fan, needles ready, masks shining with surgical delight. The gauntlet of the forge rose. Flame erupted from Vulkan's hand, not a soldier's burst, not a defensive wash, but the breath of a volcano focused into war. The racks became silhouettes within the blast. Their tools melted first, then their masks, then the elegant cruelty of their bodies blackened, split, and collapsed, still twitching as the promethium ate into them. Splinter fire hissed against Vulkan's armor. Crystals broke on the plates or lodged shallowly in the seams, venom burning uselessly against a biology made by the Emperor and a will tempered by Nocturne. He walked through it. A Cabalite squad fired until their weapons ran hot, then drew blades. Vulkan reached them before they finished moving. One disappeared beneath his boot. Another was seized by the torso and hurled into a third with enough force to break both into fragments. A fourth had time to raise a pistol before Vulkan's backhand struck him and removed his head, helm, and upper spine in a single red arc. A grotesque lumbered from the smoke. It was a mountain of stitched flesh and implanted armor, swollen muscle bound by hooks and chemical rage. Its arms were too large, its jaw split and bolted open, its chest cavity reinforced with black metal ribs. It charged Vulkan with a roar that shook ash from nearby wreckage. The Primarch met it without slowing. Dawnbringer swung once. The hammer struck the grotesque in the sternum. The creature's reinforced chest collapsed inward. Its back burst open, metal ribs and pulped organs spraying behind it. The shock lifted the beast from the ground and threw it into a pain engine, crushing both into a heap of ruptured meat, broken surgical limbs, and sparking anti-grav plates. The salamanders saw their father then not as the patient lord who had knelt beside the dead of Caldera, not as the commander who had ordered restraint, not as the forge father whose words carried moral weight. They saw the boy of Nocturne grown into a god of fire. His mercy did not vanish in anger. It vanished in recognition. The dusk wraiths had returned. The old wound had opened. The screams around him were not only Calderas, they were Hesiods. They were every Nocturnian cellar, every empty sleeping mat, every hunter dragged into the ash night. Vulkan did not merely kill the Drukhari. He annihilated them as though erasing a law of the universe that had offended him since childhood. The Eldari struck the Dark Kin at the same time. Karistan's warriors moved through the chaos with elegant hatred. Rangers shot raider pilots through eye lenses at impossible angles. Guardians emerged from hollow fields to cut down Kabbalite squads advancing on human captives. Aspect warriors fell upon Hellions in flashes of blade and disciplined fury, their movements precise where the Drukhari were theatrical. A venom tried to flee with chained refugees hanging beneath it. An Eldari grav tank appeared from smoke and severed the skimmer's engines with a bright lance. The craft crashed hard. Guardians reached the captives before the salamanders did. Varun saw it with his own eyes. An Eldar warrior knelt beside a human man paralyzed by splinter venom. The alien cut a hook from his shoulder, lifted him with surprising care, and carried him toward cover while Drukhari fire stitched the ground around them. Another guardian stood over a group of Caldera children, firing until a dark lance punched through his chest and turned his body into drifting ash and armor shards. The children fled because he had bought them 3 breaths. A salamander beside Varun lowered his flamer slightly. "Captain," the warrior said, voice tight, "they are saving them." Varun fired his bolter into a diving Hellion and watched the rider come apart above the road. "I see it." "What are they then?" Varun had no answer that would fit inside a Vox channel. North of the refugee roads, Ferrus Manus used the chaos. The Iron Hands did not redeploy to protect the Medici lines. Their orders bent toward the Labyrinth Zone, and the sudden Drukhari strike became, to Ferrus, a variable to be exploited before it became obstruction. His armored spearhead drove through civilian districts abandoned and half-abandoned, black tanks grinding over wraithbone streets, servo turrets tracking anything that moved at a window or archway. Sicaran cannons punched through terrace walls. Land raiders crushed market stones and memorial circles beneath adamantine tracks. Graviton weapons fired into tunnel mouths, collapsing entire sections of living architecture. Humans of Caldera watched the Iron Giants advance through their homes with the same terror they had reserved for the raiders. A man dragging his wounded brother from a doorway saw a Drukhari chain snare take 3 villagers into the air. He turned to run the other way and saw an Iron Hands tank fire through a shrine because an Eldar heat signature had flickered behind it. The wall exploded. The brother he had been carrying vanished under stone and dust. To him, in that instant, there was no liberation, no compliance, no difference between the predators from the webway and the saviors from the stars. There was only power, and power had come to harvest. In the marsh approaches, Mortarion sealed the compromised zones. His orders were executed with pitiless clarity. Chemfire projectors opened across the lowland routes where Drukhari, Eldari, human refugees, and Imperial wounded had become tangled beyond clean separation. Pale flame crawled along the marsh water. Toxic mist rolled over bodies that still moved. A ravager trapped in the fog fired wildly until its crew began tearing at their own throats. Caldera humans, hiding beneath reed mats, died beside paralyzed solar auxilia and wounded guardians. Death Guard destroyer cadres walked through it all, their armor sealed, their flamers washing the edges of every route marked unsafe. Mortarion killed because lives were irrelevant to the geometry of containment. Vulkan killed because his heart had been made into a weapon. That was the difference, and it saved no one. By the time the raid began to fracture, the ground beneath the green sky had become a butchered scripture. Raider wreckage burned in the roads. Pain engines twitched in puddles of blood and promethium. Human bodies lay stiff from venom, torn open by hooks, crushed beneath armor, or burned in zones no commander would admit had been friendly. Eldar dead glittered among the ash, spirit stones dark or cracked. Drukhari corpses were fewer than they should have been, because the living had dragged away many of their own, and because many had never intended to remain long enough to be counted. Vulkan stood in the center of a ruined Medici hollow, surrounded by the remains of racks, cabalites, and one broken grotesque, still leaking black fluids into the dust. His armor was scored by splinter impacts. His cloak burned at one edge. Blood that was not his steamed across Dawnbringer's head. Around him, salamanders pulled survivors from hooks and wreckage. Some of the rescued humans sobbed prayers to the Eldar. Some stared at Vulkan in awe. Some stared at him in terror. The Primarch heard all of them and answered none. Then his vox clicked. No Imperial code preceded the intrusion. No Mechanicum encryption held it back. The voice slid into his helm and the external speakers of his gorget, intimate and amused. Shal Zorath spoke as though standing beside him. "We stole them once. The Eldar taught them hope. You will teach them ash." Vulkan slowly raised his head. Far above the battlefield, a black raider vanished into a closing wound of impossible night, carrying laughter back into the webway. Ferrus Manus entered the labyrinth because it dared to stand between him and the completion of a war. That was all the reason he required. The entrance did not resemble a gate until it opened. Before that moment, it was only a cliff face of pale wraithbone rising from the black flank of the volcanic basin, veined by green light and smoke. Iron Hand's reconnaissance had marked it as a command structure, a convergence of hidden passages, energy conduits, and Xenos signal logic. Graviton scans showed impossible depth. Auspex returns contradicted themselves. Servo skulls sent through the first breach transmitted images of a corridor, then a forest, then a room full of mirrors, then nothing but static and the sound of a man breathing who had no lungs. Ferrus dismissed the warnings. Witchcraft sought to survive by inspiring hesitation. He had learned that, across 100 battlefields, alien riddles were merely weapons that had not yet been struck hard enough. His warriors formed behind him in black ranks. Terminators, breacher cadres, cybernetic destroyer cohorts, and clan veterans awaited his word. Armored vehicles rumbled on the ash plain beyond, engines idling, guns tracking the cliff face. Above them, Caldera's green aurora crawled across the sky like infection in a wound. The Primarch of the 10th Legion stepped into the opening alone. The labyrinth accepted him. The world changed without transition. One moment there was ash under his boots, and the pressure of his sons behind him. The next, Ferrus stood within a crystalline corridor that stretched farther than vision had any right to carry. Its walls were facets of translucent white and black glass, each plane reflecting him with minute differences. In one reflection, his hands were not silver, but red with blood. In another, his face was older, cracked by grief and rage. In another, he had no head at all, and his body stood upright, refusing the indignity of death. Ferrus moved forward. His footfalls rang through the corridor with metallic certainty. The sound returned wrong. Sometimes it echoed ahead of him before he stepped. Sometimes it came back as laughter. Sometimes it came back as the roar of crowds, the thunder of Legion guns, or the wet impact of a blade entering flesh. "Xenos deceit," he said. His voice fractured across the mirrors and became a chorus. Xenos deceit, deceit, deceit. Brother, brother, brother. The corridor narrowed. The walls leaned inward. Light moved beneath their surfaces in veins, forming images that had not been there an instant before. He saw terror burning. He saw the Imperial Palace beneath a sky black with ships. He saw warriors in armor that bore the Eye, the Serpent, the Fly, the Wolf, the Hydra, the Storm. He saw legionaries killing legionaries beneath banners that had once marched together in the Emperor's name. He saw titans walking through cities, while civilians became ash beneath their feet. He saw a golden throne and a figure upon it, not reigning, but entombed. Ferrus halted. His silver hands closed into fists. The image changed. Horus stood crowned in shadow, his face both beloved and ruined. A war master's smile stretched into the mask of a god-killer. Fulgrim stood beside him, beautiful and corrupt, his blade wet with impossible promise. Mortarion walked through clouds of flies and grave dust. Angron howled beneath a red sky. Magnus burned with knowledge that had become damnation. Lorgar knelt before things no loyal son would name. Kurz laughed in darkness. Perturabo stood behind walls made from the bones of the betrayed. The mirrors showed brothers turning. Ferrus struck the nearest wall. His fist shattered the image, but not the labyrinth.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Shards fell in slow motion, each one reflecting another fragment of impossible war. In one shard, Vulkan burned within chains and rose again. In another, Ferrus saw himself facing Fulgrim beneath a black sky. The Phoenician wept as he smiled. A blade descended. Ferrus destroyed the shard beneath his heel. Lies! The labyrinth answered in Fulgrim's voice. Brother. Ferrus turned with murderous speed, but the corridor was empty. A new passage opened. He entered it because retreat was unacceptable, and because anger made all directions seem forward. The labyrinth became less like architecture, and more like a mind built by cowards. Corridors folded into memories he did not possess. He saw his own metallic hands lying severed on a field of black sand, fingers twitching after death. He saw iron hands kneeling before machines, not as tools, but as idols. He saw his sons cutting away flesh with ritual zeal, seeking strength in absence, mistaking mutilation for purity. He saw them become colder than he had ever commanded them to be. This vision offended him more deeply than the first. The walls whispered in an alien tongue, then shifted into low Gothic with elegant contempt. Behold what certainty forges. Ferrus slammed both hands into the corridor. The impact sent cracks racing through the crystal. Show yourself. Instead, the labyrinth showed him Vulkan. The image was not the Vulkan outside upon Caldera, stern and burdened. This Vulkan stood in a city of ash, surrounded by human dead, bearing Nocturnian marks. He held a spirit stone in one hand and a hammer in the other. His face was the face of a man who had obeyed and been diminished by obedience. Then the vision showed Ferrus himself, turning away. The implication was clear. The judgment was intolerable. "Which mirrors do not instruct me," Ferrus said. "They break." He walked on, each step heavier, each breath colder. The labyrinth tried to bend him with prophecy, but prophecy was merely another Xenos weapon, and Ferrus Manus had never respected a weapon that could not survive his grip. Outside the labyrinth, his sons lost contact with him. The signal did not degrade slowly. It ceased. Clan Command received the last telemetry pulse from the Primarch's armor. Then a wall of interference swallowed all returns. His locator rune vanished from the tactical grid. The Iron Hands commanders did not debate for long. Their father had entered an enemy construct. The construct had silenced him. The conclusion was immediate, mathematical, and merciless. Xenos assassination attempt. The 10th Legion responded by removing the terrain that had made the attempt possible. Graviton imploders were dragged into firing position by tracked servitors and cybernetic infantry. Conversion beamers mounted on armored platforms angled toward the Wraithbone Ridge. Plasma destroyer squads locked their targeters onto shrine towers, tunnel mouths, refugee terraces, and any energy signature that resembled command architecture. No distinction survived the loss of Ferrous Manus from the grid. The world beyond the guns became a problem to be reduced. The first graviton imploder fired. The ridge convulsed. Wraithbone buckled inward as gravity became a fist. A tower folded down into itself, crushing the chambers beneath it. Humans hiding inside died without understanding the weapon that killed them. Their bodies flattened, bones liquefied, organs pressed through ruptured skin, before the structure collapsed fully and turned them into a dark paste between layers of psychoactive stone. Conversion beams followed, spears of escalating energy that burned brighter the farther they traveled. One struck a settlement arcade where Eldar defenders were evacuating wounded humans. The first wall flashed white. The second became vapor. The third exploded outward, turning those behind it into carbon shadows and fragments. Plasma fire washed the terraces after that, disciplined and relentless, melting barricades, cooking defenders inside armor, and igniting the stores of grain and medicine the Eldari had been trying to carry away. Cybernetic infantry advanced through the ruin. Iron hands with augmetic limbs and cold helm lenses fired into movement. A human man carrying a spirit stone casket ran from a doorway. 3 bolters tracked him. He burst apart from the chest outward, the casket tumbling through his blood. Behind him, an Eldar guardian rose to return fire and was cut in half by a conversion beam's secondary flare. Neither corpse mattered to the advance. Vulkan received the bombardment reports as he fought to hold the evacuation corridors south of the ridge. His command channel was a storm of overlapping disasters. Salamanders were directing human refugees away from Drukhari raiding paths. Eldari skimmers were striking Imperial supply lines. Death Guard chemfire had sealed entire marsh exits. Iron Hands bombardments were collapsing tunnels full of defenders and civilians alike. Drukhari pain engines drifted wherever fear thickened. No single enemy controlled the battle. That was the horror of it. Every force on Caldera was killing in accordance with its own doctrine, and every doctrine had found human bodies to justify itself. Ferrous is inside the labyrinth, Vulkan voxed to the Iron Hands command net. Cease bombardment until he is recovered. The reply came from an officer whose voice was almost entirely synthetic. Negative. Primarchal signal lost within hostile Xenos structure. Suppression is required. I am countermanding suppression fire on civilian zones. You do not hold operational authority over the 10th Legion in the absence of our Primarch. Vulkan's eyes narrowed. I am Vulkan, son of the Emperor. Recognized. Authority insufficient. The channel closed. For 3 heartbeats, the salamanders around him saw murder pass across their father's face, not aimed at Xenos, not aimed at Drukhari, but at the machinery of command that allowed obedience to become atrocity. Then the next wave of raiders descended, and there was no time for fury that could not be spent. The battlefield became a many-sided slaughter. Salamanders formed burning corridors and dragged Caldera humans toward them under fire. Some of those humans spat at the legionaries while being rescued. Some refused to pass through Imperial lines and ran instead toward Eldari positions, collapsing under Iron Hands guns. Others simply knelt in the ash, minds broken by too many saviors arriving with weapons. The Iron Hands crushed Eldar positions and the homes attached to them. The Death Guard saturated escape routes in the name of containment. The Drukhari harvested all sides. Vostrul the Red-Handed entered the battle as a surgeon enters an operating theatre. His flesh coven emerged from a webway wound inside a half-ruined village marked by Nocturnian knotwork and Eldari wardstones. Racks came first, then pain engines, then the horrors he had prepared from earlier captives. They were giants of stitched muscle and swollen bone, not true grotesques alone, but deliberate insults shaped from Caldera's own stolen blood. Across their distended shoulders and flayed chests, old clan tattoos had been preserved and stretched. Mountain knots, hearth marks, forged sigils, Nocturnian-derived patterns warped over bodies remade into living siege beasts. The village recognized the markings before it recognized the monsters. Men froze. Elders cried out names that could not belong to the dead things walking toward them. One horror had the scar pattern of a lineage lost during the first raids. Another bore a child's clan mark grown huge across a grafted torso. The Drukhari had weaponized memory with surgical care. Then the horrors attacked. A stitched giant seized a villager by the legs and tore him apart with a wet, almost casual pull, dropping the halves as though disappointed. Another smashed through a shelter wall and emerged with 3 people impaled across its forearm spines, their bodies kicking and spraying blood over the black stone. Racks followed, taking the paralyzed and the grieving, speaking soft words as they cut tendons to prevent escape. Vulkan saw them from the lower terrace. Something in him went silent. "Varun," he voxed, "hold the corridor." "Father, the Drukhari are pulling back toward the village center. It may be bait." "It is." "Then let us spring it with you." "No, hold the corridor." Vulkan advanced alone until Kairos Tan stepped from the smoke ahead of him. The Autarch's armor was cracked and scorched. One side of his helm had been split open, revealing a narrow, blood-smeared face beneath. He still held his blade with perfect control. Behind him, Wraithbone towers leaned and collapsed in slow agony under Iron Hand's bombardment. Human shrines burned. Eldar dead lay among them. The air rained ash and powdered spirit stone. Kairos Tan did not beg. "You call yourself protector," he said. "Protect them from yourself." Vulkan stopped. Around them, shells burst against the upper terraces. The ground shook. Somewhere beneath the bombardment, humans were screaming in the old Nocturnian dialect, begging for doors to open. "Mankind cannot kneel to alien gods," Vulkan said. Kairos Tan's expression did not change. They did not kneel. They remembered who saved them. "You let them build worship around that memory. Your Imperium builds worship around conquest and names it truth. The Imperial truth is not worship." The Autarch looked past him toward the burning village, toward salamanders dragging wounded humans from Drukhari hooks, while other Imperial guns demolished their sanctuaries. "You believe that because your chains were forged in your father's voice." Vulkan's grip on Dawnbringer tightened. "Stand aside." "No." For a moment, the 2 warriors remained still amid the end of a district. Then a raider screamed overhead, chain snares trailing captives, and the argument became smaller than the murder around them. Kairos Tan moved first, not at Vulkan, but toward the raider. So did Vulkan. They fought in parallel for less than a minute, and that minute revealed more than either would have allowed in speech. The Autarch cut down a Hellion diving for a child. Vulkan incinerated the Kabbalite squad behind him. Kairos Tan severed a chain holding a human elder before it pulled him into the sky. Vulkan caught the falling man in one hand and set him down hard enough to bruise, but alive. Then they were enemies again, because the galaxy permitted nothing better. Vulkan pushed deeper into the village and found the shrines. They were not chaos altars, no eightfold marks, no blood circles inviting demons, no skull pyramids raised to thirsting gods, no chanting of warped names. The shrines were built of black stone and pale wraithbone, each one shaped around a forge symbol that might have stood on Nocturne had history been kinder. Hammers crossed beneath mountain knots, anvils carved beside spirit stones, ash bowls held fragments of old chains. Names were scratched in 2 scripts, human and Eldari, side by side. Bakan Ath's earlier assessment became flesh before Vulkan's eyes. These were memorials, for ancestors taken by the Drukhari, for those who died in Komara's lesser dens, for those rescued by Eldari blades and carried to Caldera, for those who had survived by accepting a mercy The Imperium would never forgive. Vulkan stood before one shrine while the village died around him. The forge symbol at its center had been carved by human hands. The spirit stone above it glowed faintly, reflecting red in his eyes. A mortal voice spoke behind him. "Is survival a crime, Lord?" Vulkan turned. Varesh stood in the ash with a chronicle slate beneath one arm and a respirator mask hanging loose at his throat. He was a lean man, older than he first appeared, his eyes calm in a way no remembrancer's eyes should have been on such a battlefield. His coat was torn. Blood marked one sleeve, though not his own. He looked not at the bodies, but at Vulkan. "You should not be here," Vulkan said. "No one should be here." A shell burst nearby, showering them in stone dust. Varas did not flinch. Vulkan's gaze narrowed. "You are afraid?" "Yes," Varas said, "but fear is a poor excuse for blindness." Before Vulkan could answer, the Drukhari trap closed. Kabalites emerged from the shrine shadows in a fan, splinter rifles raised. A raider descended between the leaning towers, its chain rig snapping open. At its prow stood a champion in barbed armor, taller than the others, helm crowned with hooked spines. Charles Zorath's chosen killer carried an agonizer whip in one hand and a glaive in the other. His armor bore fresh trophies taken from Salamander's serfs and Caldera villagers alike. Splinter fire filled the shrine court. Vulkan moved between Varesh and the shots. Crystals hissed against his armor, some shattering, some lodging in seals and exposed cloth. Varesh was dragged backward by a chain snare that looped around his torso. The raider rose, pulling him from the ground. Dawnbringer flew. The hammer struck the raider's port engine and tore it free. The skimmer pitched sideways, chain rig jerking. Varesh slammed into a shrine wall hard enough to break a mortal man's ribs, but the chain slackened before it could pull him higher. Vulkan fired the gauntlet of the forge into the raider's deck. Kabalites vanished in flame, their elegant forms reduced to thrashing black shapes. One leapt burning from the side and broke against the stones below. The champion came through the fire. His agonizer struck Vulkan's shoulder, energy crawling across the Primarch's plate in nerve-seeking arcs. The glaive followed, scoring a line across Vulkan's breastplate. The Drukhari moved with impossible speed. Each strike meant not to kill, but to open, to sample, to promise agony. Vulkan let him strike twice. On the third movement, he caught the glaive in his bare hand. The blade cut into his gauntlet. Vulkan closed his fist and snapped it. The champion tried to withdraw. Vulkan seized him by the helm and drove him into the ground. Stone cracked. The champion's limbs spasmed. Vulkan lifted him and struck him down again. This time the helm burst, spraying pale matter and black blood across the shrine steps. The agonizer whip lashed weakly around Vulkan's arm. He ignored it, raised Dawnbringer, and brought the hammer down. The Drukhari ceased to be a body. Around the court, the remaining Kabalites died in fire and bolter impacts. By the time silence returned, the rescued captives stood ankle-deep in the remains of their captors. Blood ran in channels around their feet. Burned flesh curled in heaps. The shrine stones were slick with alien fluids and human blood together. Varesh pulled the broken chain from his chest with shaking hands. He looked at Vulkan, then at the pulped ruin of the champion. "You saved me," he said. Vulkan looked across the ruined memorials. "Yes." Varesh's voice remained calm, though his breathing did not. "Will you save them?" No answer came. In the heart of the labyrinth, Ferrus Manus found the center. It was a chamber of mirrors beneath a sky that did not exist. In every reflection, betrayal unfolded. Fulgrim's face, Horus's shadow, dropships burning, black sand, his sons screaming without voices, Vulkan's grief, Mortarian's rot, the Emperor distant and golden, too far to reach. At the chamber's center hung a blade made of light, pointing toward a future Ferrus refused to accept. An Eldar voice spoke from nowhere and everywhere. "This is the fire your certainty feeds." Ferrus Manus reached out with both silver hands and crushed the blade. The chamber shattered. He emerged from the labyrinth through the wraithbone cliff in a storm of broken crystal and dead light. His armor was scarred. His eyes burned with fury. Behind him, psychic shards rained onto the ash and dissolved like snow in acid. The iron hands nearest him knelt. Ferrus did not ask for reports. He did not speak of visions. He did not warn his brothers. He did not admit that the Xenos had shown him anything worthy of memory. His first order was simple: break the world open. The Imperium did not attack Caldera. It began to process it. That was the truth hidden beneath banners, oaths, battle cant, and the thunder of heroic names. Attack implied passion. It suggested a blow struck by a hand, a moment of violence with a beginning and an end. What descended upon Caldera after Ferrus Manus gave his order was not a blow. It was industry. It was a manufactorium of death lowered from orbit, aligned by cogitator, sanctified by command authority, fed by fuel and men, and set to work upon a living world. The skies filled with descending iron. Void shield generators were dragged into position by tracked mechanicum haulers, their pylons rising from ash plains and settlement ruins like skeletal fingers. When their fields ignited, hemispheres of blue distortion shimmered over artillery parks, fuel depots, command bastions, and landing grounds crowded with millions of soldiers. Orbital batteries aboard the High Fleet, adjusted by fractions of degrees, each movement calculated by cherubim skulls, servitor banks, and red-robed adepts, whispering Binharic prayers into brass vox horns. Lance decks opened their armored petals. Macro cannon magazines cycled shells the size of hab blocks into breaches broad enough to bury tanks. On the ground, the Imperial army spread across the continents in regimental masses. There were men from Terra's old domains in polished armor, already blackened by Caldera's ash. There were expeditionary cohorts from compliant worlds whose names would never enter song. There were artillery brigades with gun lines stretching beyond the horizon, their crews sleeping beneath the barrels when they slept at all. There were armored regiments of Lehman Russ battle tanks, Malkador heavies, Dracosan carriers, artillery crawlers, fuel bowsers, ammunition haulers, medici transports, bridge layers, mine clearers, and corpse wagons moving behind them in patient columns. There were solar auxilia tertios in sealed void armor, their discipline near Astartes in bearing and wholly mortal in consequence. They advanced because the orders had advanced. Signal flags snapped in ash wind. Vox nets bled static and command code. Commissariat officers of the old Crusade cadres stood in command crawlers with pistols drawn, not yet the black-coated icons of a later age, but already born of the same principle. The line moved forward, or the man who stopped became an example. Batteries fired by grid reference, tank formations rolled by schedule, infantry crossed killing ground because a map had declared the ground necessary. The legions did not fight alone. They never had. They were the spear points men remembered. The armies were the haft, the weight, the millions of hands pushing until the point went in. The iron hands took the northern ash plains. Their columns rolled through grey storms beneath a sky veined by green aurora. Predators moved first in hunting packs, turrets traversing, autocannon and Lascannon fire cracking through half-light. Sicarans followed, fast and predatory despite their mass, their accelerator cannons hammering defensive ridges into powder. Land raiders ground behind them, black hulls pitted by shuriken scars and alien bright lance burns, assault ramps sealed, sponson weapons tracking heat. Then came the super-heavy armor. Fellblades and glaives crawled forward under their own mobile weather of exhaust, guns large enough to make geography irrelevant. Shadow swords anchored the rear, volcano cannons sleeping until awakened by targets worthy of extinction. Around their treads marched cybernetic infantry, Iron Hands thralls, Legion support cadres, and Mechanicum battle automata, whose faces were blank iron masks and whose hands were weapon mounts. Their vox traffic was clean. Thermal cluster, Grid black 7 by ash 12. Civilian probability irrelevant. Hostile movement detected. Engage. Target reduced. No anger, no triumph, no hesitation. Human defensive lines broke under them. Caldera's militias had courage, old rifles, scavenged lasloks, shuriken weapons gifted by their Eldari, protectors, and the desperate knowledge of their own valleys. It was not enough. A human barricade across an ash causeway held for 7 minutes beneath the first Iron Hand's assault. The defenders fired until barrels glowed. They shouted Nocturnian-rooted words over the thunder. Then a Sicaran's main gun walked across the barricade and turned the line into bursting bodies, shattered stone, and red vapor. One man survived long enough to raise a banner. It was black cloth sewn with a white mountain knot and a pale Eldar rune beneath it. The banner snapped once in the heat wash. A predator's Lascannon cut him in half. The Iron Hands drove over the place where he had stood, their treads pressing banner, body, and blood into the ash. In the wetlands, the Death Guard advanced behind creeping bombardments. They did not hurry. They had no need. Time itself seemed to sicken before them. Mortar crews fired chemshells in slow, deliberate sequences. Radfog crawled ahead of the infantry, seeping between reeds, sliding over black water, entering root holes and cellar vents. Phosphex burned in patches where the marsh resisted ordinary fire, its pale flames crawling over the surface of the water, as if hunting anything still alive. The sons of Mortarion walked through their own poison with the patience of burial rites. Their armor took hits and kept moving. Shuriken fire sliced grooves into pale plate. Splinter rounds found joints and released venom that their altered bodies endured with contempt. Bright lances punched through ranks and left molten holes where legionaries had stood. The 14th closed the gaps and advanced. When armor seals split, they packed breaches with filth, rag, resin, and discipline. When mortal army units died choking beside them, they stepped over the bodies. When Caldera humans hid in reed houses with Eldari ward charms nailed over the doors, Death Guard flamer details burned the houses first and checked for enemies after. Mortarion watched from a ridge of black mud through layers of toxin haze. His scythe rested in one hand. Around him, destroyer squads waited for orders, their weapons marked with hazard sigils and old oaths that no remembrancer would ever illuminate. In the distance, a village disappeared beneath a rolling cloud of yellow-green death. Men ran from it, then slowed, then fell, clawing at their throats. Eldari figures tried to guide them through the vapor, elegant silhouettes becoming convulsing shapes as filters failed and runes dimmed. One of Mortarion's captains reported, "Marsh route sealed, Xenos resistance collapsing, human contaminants dispersed." Mortarion looked upon the dying wetlands and spoke as though pronouncing a weather report. "The world was dead when we found it. In the southern jungle belts, the salamanders fought where certainty went to choke. There were no clean lines, no proper fronts, no honest separation between warrior and frightened kin. Settlements grew into the jungle, and the jungle grew into settlements. Wraithbone arches formed bridges between black stone homes. Human firing slits opened above family shelters. Eldar ward gates stood beside grain stores. Spirit stones hung over doors behind which armed men loaded rifles, elders hid records, and children held their breath beneath floor grates. The salamanders advanced with tactical perfection and moral catastrophe. A flamer burst cleared a balcony where 2 human riflemen fired on Imperial troops. The same fire poured through the room behind them and filled a shelter with burning air. A melter charge opened a barricaded archway that concealed an Eldari weapons nest. The blast also collapsed the chamber beneath it, crushing a family that had refused evacuation because every road out led through either Drukhari hooks, Death Guard poison, or Iron Hands guns. Bolters answered shots from windows and turned walls into storms of stone splinters and meat. Varen saw too much. He saw Brother Numeon carry a wounded Caldera boy from a burning house, only for the boy to bite through his own tongue rather than speak to a green giant. He saw Vulkan extinguish a flame wash with suppressant foam because the tech marine realized too late that the heat signature behind the wall was a sleeping chamber and not a firing team. He saw Fire Drake Raitan hold a passage against Drukhari Hellions while human defenders behind him fired into his back, unable to decide which monster to fear first. And everywhere he saw the banners, Nocturnian words, altered by centuries, painted on black cloth, carved into shield faces, scratched into rifle stocks. Hearth endures, mountain remembers, chains break in fire. Beside those words were Eldari runes, pale and flowing, not replacing them, but answering them. Vulkan's sons had found a people who had kept fragments of Nocturne alive by binding them to alien mercy. The Imperium had no category for that, except treason. The spearhead toward the central Caldera gate formed at dusk beneath artillery light. Vulkan led it. The extinct volcanic basin lay ahead, a crater so vast that clouds gathered within its rim like thoughts in a skull. At its center rose the gate. It was colossal, grown from wraithbone and black glass, a structure that resembled a crown, a ribcage, and a wound. Its arches curved inward around darkness that was not shadow, but distance folded wrong. Towers like pale vertebrae climbed from the basin floor. Bridges of living stone crossed between them. Spirit stone arrays glittered across the structure's flanks, each one a watching eye or a trapped star. The gate was defended by everything Caldera had left. Eldari war hosts stood in layered formations, guardians in disciplined ranks, rangers hidden among stone spines, grav tanks hovering beside wraithbone towers, war walkers crouched like patient predators, and constructs of pale bone and spirit moving with silent purpose. Human militias filled the lower approaches, carrying laslocks, long rifles, stolen imperial weapons, and blades forged from black volcanic steel. Their armor was hide, metal scrap, Eldar mesh, and courage. They stood not before the Eldari, but with them. Automated defenses woke as the Imperials approached. Wraithbone turrets unfolded from the basin walls and fired lances of white energy into the lead tanks. Mines hidden beneath ash released gravitic pulses that flipped armored carriers onto their sides. Hollow fields painted false gates, false roads, false refugees, false weaknesses, and men died firing at lies. Then the Imperial guns answered. Legion artillery batteries opened from the basin rim. Earthshaker cannon of the Imperial army began their rolling thunder. Medusa siege guns smashed lower terraces. Mechanicum ordinatus engines, too vast to be mistaken for anything but mobile judgment, discharged beams that made the air scream and carved molten trenches through defensive lines. Night engines strode between artillery flashes, banners burning in the storm, battle cannons and thermal lances speaking with noble contempt for infantry-scale life. The advance became an equation written in blood. The Drukhari struck both flanks when the first human refugee surge broke from the outer settlements. They did not aim to win. Winning ground bored them. They drove panic as a shepherd drives livestock. Raiders skimmed low behind fleeing columns, splinter fire dropping some, hooks taking others, forcing the rest toward Imperial fire lanes, already designated hostile movement corridors. Hellions whooped through smoke, cutting down stragglers and leaving the wounded alive long enough to scream warnings that made the crowd run faster. Venoms circled above, their crews recording everything through soul lenses and pain-capturing prisms. Chal Zorath watched from above the western flank as an Imperial heavy bolter line opened on a crowd containing armed Caldera defenders, unarmed refugees, and Drukhari-spooked livestock. Bodies shredded under the fire, men folded backward, heads burst, children disappeared beneath the trampling and the red spray. A salamander sergeant tried to redirect the fire and was drowned out by artillery command traffic. The Archon touched one elegant finger to the recording crystal at his wrist. "Observe," he told his Cabalites. "They do not need our knives once their certainty matures." He wanted Vulkan to see that cruelty did not require laughter. It could be conducted by tired officers, by correct reports, by men who believed restraint had already been attempted and found inefficient. Near the eastern breach, Varun found Vulkan standing beside a shattered barricade while the spearhead regrouped. The pyre captain's armor was scorched and cut. One pauldron bore a child's bloody handprint from where he had carried the wounded out of a cellar before realizing the boy's father had been shooting at him. He looked toward the gate, then toward the banners hanging from the human line below. "Father," he said over a private Vox channel. Vulkan did not turn. "Speak. They carry our words. They carry echoes. Does blood matter if loyalty has been misgiven?" The question entered the silence between artillery impacts. Vulkan did not answer quickly. That delay frightened Varun more than any certainty could have done. At last the Primarch said, "Blood matters. It is not enough." Varun looked toward the human defenders. "What is enough? Survival without surrender to the alien. And if the alien was the hand that pulled them from chains?" Vulkan's gaze lowered. "Then the chain remains. It is merely held by another." Varun accepted the answer because he was a son speaking to his father and a captain standing inside a war. He did not believe it because belief had become harder than obedience. Later, beneath the shelter of a ruined basalt arch, Varas found Vulkan alone for the space of 10 breaths. The remembrancer's coat was stained with ash and old blood. His chronicle slate hung at his side, cracked but functioning. Around them, shells passed overhead toward the gate. The ground trembled with each impact. Vulkan stood with Dawnbringer held low, his eyes fixed on the defenders below. Varas spoke without preamble. "If a human survives by alien mercy, is he less human?" Vulkan's expression did not change. "Humanity cannot owe its future to Xenos' hands." "That is not what I asked." "It is the answer." Varas looked out over the basin, where humans and Eldari stood together beneath bombardment, while Drukhari circled the flanks like patient knives. "Then perhaps survival itself is heresy." Vulkan turned his head slowly. Most men would have died inside that gaze, not by violence, but by the collapse of courage. Varas only looked back, pale and calm, as though he had already weighed the danger and found it less important than the question. "Take care with your words," Vulkan said. "I do, Lord. That is why I choose so few." For a moment, the Primarch said nothing. Then the Vox cried warning, and the war swallowed the conversation. The central gate opened fully at the hour when Caldera's green sun sank behind the ash storms. It did not open like a door. It unfolded like a wound, remembering how to bleed. The wraithbone crown shuddered. The ribbed towers bent inward. Spirit stones across the structure flared in sequence, one after another, until the entire basin was washed in cold emerald light. The air tore without sound, then with too much sound, a howl that passed through teeth, armor, skull, and soul. Men fell to their knees. Tanks stalled. Astartes' autosenses flooded with impossible distance. Eldari warriors turned toward the gate with grief, and fear mingled behind their helms. Drukhari skimmers paused at the flanks, their crews suddenly attentive. The webway looked back. Behind the gate waited no army. No reinforcements poured forth. No shining host emerged to save Caldera. No dark kin charge came laughing into the basin. Instead, there was a city. It shimmered beyond the threshold, made of memory rather than stone, its streets suspended in impossible twilight. Towers rose like blades and cages. Bridges crossed gulfs where screams had become architecture. For an instant, every soul looking upon the gate saw chains, arenas, slave pens, pale raiders, and human figures dragged through the darkness of Comora. Then light broke through the memory. Eldari warriors striking from hidden paths. dark kin dying, human captives cut loose, Nocturnian-marked survivors lifted from filth and terror by hands they had been taught to fear. A psychic archive had opened. The truth stood beyond the gate, vast and merciless. Vulkan stared into the memory city, and the fire around him seemed suddenly very small. Vulkan entered the archive with 9 of his sons. The number was not chosen for ritual. It was chosen because the passage beyond the Caldera gate narrowed after the first threshold, and even a Primarch could not force a formation where alien geometry refused the arrogance of straight lines. Dakir Varun walked at his right. Raitan Sol followed in Cataphractii plate, Thunderhammer maglocked to one fist, and Stormbolter angled across his chest. Baken Ath came with them, his servo arms folded close, his red lenses flickering with warning. Runes as his augurs tried and failed to reconcile what they saw with any approved Mechanicum lexicon. The others were veterans, flame-bearers, shield brothers, and men who had walked through burning void ships without speaking a word of fear. Inside the archive, even they breathed as though the air had grown teeth. It was not a library. No shelves waited there, no parchment, no data vaults, no cogitator stacks chanting through brass throats. The chamber beyond the gate was a wound made of memory, a place where the webway had been scarred by agony and forced to remember the blade. Wraithbone formed the walls, but not as architecture alone. It curved like ribs around them, pale and semi-translucent, pulsing with the slow light of spirit stones set deep beneath its surface. Those stones were not silent. Each one held a murmur. Each murmur became a breath. Each breath became a scream if listened to for too long. The floor was black glass, and beneath it moved shadows of events long dead. Vulkan halted after his first steps, not because he feared ambush, but because the place recognized him. The archive shivered. His armor's auto-senses filled with conflicting runes. Heat signatures bloomed and vanished. Vox channels opened to no signal and carried whispers in Old Nocturnian. His heart beat once, then again, and on the second beat, the memory city unfolded around them. Komarag rose in broken fragments. Not the whole dark city, for no mortal mind, not even one forged by the Emperor, could hold such a place entire and remain unchanged. The archive gave them pieces, enough to wound, enough to condemn. Towers like flensing hooks stabbed upward into poisoned twilight. Bridges hung over gulfs filled with screams. Slave pens stretched beneath balconies where pale nobles watched with languid hunger. Arenas flashed into being around the salamanders, not solid, not illusion, but preserved sensation given form. Blood struck sand, chains dragged across stone, crowds laughed from above, every voice sharpened by pleasure stolen from pain. A human was thrown into an arena. He bore the mountain knot of Nocturne across his forearm. Vulkan knew the shape before thought became language. The man was broad and scarred, perhaps a hunter, perhaps a smith. His beard was clotted with blood. One eye had been taken. He held a broken length of chain as a weapon, while 3 Drukhari beasts circled him, their spines ridged with blades, their mouths sewn open to keep them hungry. The crowd's laughter became pressure inside Vulkan's skull. The man shouted in a tongue Vulkan knew as ancestral, rougher than the Nocturne of the present, but still his people's speech. He did not beg. The beasts took him apart by inches, while the crowd applauded. Vulkan's fingers tightened around Dawnbringer until the haft creaked. Another memory rose before the first had faded. Slave holds. Rows of humans packed into cages hanging from chains. Some bore clan scars, some bore forge burns, some bore the blank stare of men who had survived past the point where survival remained mercy. Drukhari handlers walked between them with hooked rods, touching bodies, judging muscle, teeth, skin, fear. A child reached through a cage for a dead man below, whispering a word Vulkan had not heard since Nocturne's older songs. Father. Varun made a sound over the vox, low and involuntary. Bakan Ath's voice came broken by static. These are psychic imprints, not theatrical projection, not simple hallucination. The memory is anchored. By whom? Raitan asked. The Tech Marine's servo claws twitched. By the dead, by the rescued, by the Xenos, by all of them. It is layered beyond clean attribution. The archive answered by showing the rescue. It came through impossible light. A gate opened inside the nightmare, not with the dark elegance of Drukhari raiders, but with a cold blaze of disciplined fury. Eldari warriors came through in white, green and bone, their helms smooth, their blades bright, their movements terrible in their grace. They did not come laughing. They did not come slowly. They came as execution. Drukhari guards died before they understood the breach had opened. Shuriken storms scythed across balconies, cutting pale bodies into ribbons. Bright lances stabbed through raider hulls hanging in dock cradles. Blades met venom weapons in flashes too swift for mortal eyes. A craft-world warrior took a hooked spear through the gut and still severed the hand that held it before falling. Another cut a cage free, while splinter fire tore through his shoulder, then died shielding the humans inside from the next volley. The memories shifted faster. Pain vaults broken open, humans dragged from surgical racks. A Drukhari arena collapsing as Eldari grav weapons tore through its support ribs. Nocturnian-marked captives carried through a gate by aliens who did not smile and did not ask worship. A human man, skeletal and bleeding, kissing the hand of the Eldari warrior who had cut his chains. The warrior recoiled, not in disgust alone, but in discomfort, as though gratitude were another form of wound. Then Caldera, the first survivors beneath the green sun. They emerged into volcanic valleys with ash on their faces and terror in their bones. The Eldari gave them water. The Eldari gave them tools. The Eldari built wards around the old gate and chained one of the dark kin inside a pit so his suffering would warn against future raids. The humans built homes of black stone. They carved forge symbols from memory. They placed spirit stones near their dead, because the ones who had saved them carried their dead that way. They taught their children the names of Nocturne without knowing where Nocturne burned in the sky. Gratitude became custom. Custom became law. Law became faith. Faith became the very thing that doomed them when mankind finally arrived. Vulkan walked deeper into the archive, and the names appeared. They were carved in light along a wraithbone wall, human script beside Eldari notation. Bloodlines, survivors, dead, children born after rescue, families that had carried old Nocturnian sounds into new generations. Kareth, Sorna, Varrock, Hesiod's ashline, the anvil-born, the mountain hearth. Vulkan reached out, but did not touch the wall. His hand remained a finger's width from the names. These were not cultists in the simple language of compliance orders. They were not traitors who had chosen alien dominion over human truth after weighing doctrine and rebellion. They were stolen kin, distant cousins of the mountain world that had shaped him. They had been taken into darkness before the Imperium knew their names. They had survived by accepting hands that were not human. They had grown around gratitude like flesh growing around shrapnel. And now the Imperium had come to cut the wound open and call the blade salvation. Karistan stood ahead of them. He had not entered through the same threshold. Perhaps the archive had opened around him. Perhaps he had waited there from the beginning. His armor was broken in several places, and one side of his face remained exposed beneath a cracked helm. Blood dried along his jaw. He held his blade lowered, not sheathed, not raised. The salamanders aimed weapons at him. Vulkan lifted one hand. They did not fire. Karistan looked at the wall of names. Now you see the root beneath the ash. Vulkan's voice was low. You saved them. The Autarch's expression did not soften. Do not make a clean thing from it. We did not cross the dark paths out of love for mankind. We hated our dark kin. We sought stolen spirit stones. We sought vengeance for raids upon our own. We carried your people because leaving them in those vaults would have made us kin to the torturers. Mercy then. Perhaps. A rare one. A stained one. Enough to survive. Not enough to absolve. Vulkan turned from the names to the autarch. Why let them worship you? Kairistan gave a bitter, almost weary look toward the memory of the first settlement forming under the green sun. We forbade worship. They remembered rescue. Memory became reverence. Reverence became prayer. Humans worship anything that stops the screaming. The words passed through Vulkan like a spear that did not leave the body. He heard in them more than accusation. He heard terror, the crusade, the imperial truth preached with guns and fleets. He heard men kneeling before the emperor even when told not to. He heard Caldera's elders praying to spirit stones because alien blades had once done what human hands had not. Varun said nothing, but Vulkan felt his son hear it too. The archive darkened. Kairistan turned sharply. Bakan Ath's augurs shrieked. Webway breach. Multiple contacts. The memory city split open. Drukhari came through the preserved streets of Komara as though stepping from a reflection into blood. Elite Kabbalites in lacquered armor moved in crescent formation, splinter weapons already firing. Their crystal shots did not merely strike armor and flesh. They struck memories. Images shattered where rounds passed. Slave pens bursting into fragments of light. Rescued humans dissolving into smoke. Eldari warriors of the past falling apart for a second death. The salamanders answered with fire. Promethium roared through ghost streets and over real bodies. Burning Kabbalites staggered through images of their ancestors' crimes, setting memory and meat alight together. Bolters cracked, each shell detonation tearing holes through Drukhari armor and the psychic scenery behind them. A slave cage from the past burst under a missed shot, releasing not prisoners, but a wave of old screams that staggered even Raitan in his Terminator plate. Eldari blades met Drukhari venom weapons among the memories. Kairistan moved like wrath disciplined by centuries. His sword took one Kabbalite through the throat, reversed, and opened another from hip to shoulder. A ranger appeared on a balcony that was not fully real and shot a Drukhari gunner through the eye. The gunner fell through a memory of himself laughing in an arena long before he had been born. Vulkan advanced through visions of Nocturne's stolen dead. Hands reached toward him from cages. Faces turned from pain vault slabs. Men and boys bearing the marks of his homeworld stared as he passed, asking nothing aloud because memory had already asked everything. A Drukhari warrior leapt from an upper bridge with twin blades aimed at Vulkan's neck. Dawnbringer rose. The hammer struck him mid-air and broke him apart so violently that fragments of armor spun away through 3 separate memories before vanishing. Then the flesh laboratory unfolded. It had been hidden within the archive, or carried there by the invaders, or remembered into being by the homunculus, who now emerged from it. Vostrul the Red-Handed came walking through curtains of hanging skin, gene vats, nerve cages, and surgical frames. His red hands were spread in welcome. Around him floated glass cylinders containing preserved tissue, bones, organs, and embryos suspended in amber fluids. Some bore tags marked with Nocturnian-derived bloodline sigils. Vulkan stopped. Vostrul smiled with a mouth that had been improved by cruelty. There he is, the Father Flame, the mountain made meat. Look upon my little reliquary, Vulkan of Nocturne. Your stolen cousins did not all vanish into ash and gratitude. Some left remnants, beautiful remnants, strong marrow, stubborn nerve patterns, such durable stock. Bakan Ath's voice became a growl of machine static. Abomination. The homunculus bowed. Craft. Vulkan's eyes moved from cylinder to cylinder. You preserved them. I improved what I could, ruined what amused me, stored what might one day become useful. Vostrul tapped one vial with a red nail. Inside, pale tissue twitched. I could restore them for you. No salamander moved. Even the battle around them seemed to recoil from the words. Vostrul continued softly. Not as these confused little shrine builders, not as cattle-kissing alien hands, obedient flesh, clean flesh, mountain blood remade without memory. I can give you back what was taken. I can make them kneel to your truth. Vulkan looked at the homunculus for a long moment. When he spoke, there was no roar in him. No! The gauntlet of the forge rose. Vostrul moved with impossible speed, a blur of surgical limbs, needles, and unfolding blades. A nerve lash struck Vulkan's side and discharged agony strong enough to kill a regiment of mortal men. Vulkan took one step forward. A scalpel cluster found a seam in his armor and drew blood. He took another step. A flesh-crafted guardian burst from a vat, a swollen thing made from too many bodies, its chest marked by stretched nocturnian knots. Vulkan caught it by the head and drove it into the floor hard enough to break the vat stone beneath. Vostrul laughed and opened his chest, releasing a swarm of hooked instruments connected to his ribs by glistening cables. They struck Vulkan's armor, seeking joints, eyes, throat, nerves. Vulkan seized the cables in one hand and pulled. The homunculus came with them. Dawnbringer struck him across the lower body. Bone, metal, and ancient flesh burst outward. Vostrul hit the ground in pieces and still tried to crawl, his red hands dragging him toward a rack of vials. Vulkan brought his boot down on one hand and crushed it flat. The homunculus looked up, still smiling through black blood. "You will burn them anyway." Vulkan's face did not change. "Perhaps," he said. Then he opened the gauntlet of the forge and turned the laboratory into a sun. The flesh vats screamed as they boiled. Nerve cages ruptured. Preserved remnants blackened inside their cylinders. Surgical frames melted. Vostrul shrieked at last, not in fear of death, but in outrage at lost work. Fire swallowed him, stripped him, consumed the red from his hands and the laughter from his mouth. Around Vulkan, the stolen fragments of Nocturne burned beyond recovery, denied to Drukhari art and Imperial reclamation alike. Shal Zorath watched from the far end of the memory street. The Archon did not intervene. His armor was untouched. His soul gems shivered with stolen echoes. Around him, his remaining Kabbalites withdrew through slits of darkness, laughing as they carried wounded captives and fragments of recorded despair. Vulkan turned toward him. The distance between them filled with fire, shattered memory, and dying screams. Shal's voice entered Vulkan's vox without permission. "Do you understand now, Mountain King? We did not need to destroy Caldera. We only needed to return when you arrived. Your Imperium has better engines than our raiders, better ledgers than our torturers, better words for the same harvest." Vulkan hurled Dawnbringer. The hammer crossed the memory street like judgment. Shal stepped backward through a webway slit a heartbeat before the weapon struck. The passage closed around his laughter. Dawnbringer smashed through the place he had stood and shattered a memory of Komarar's slave markets into falling shards of light. When the last Drukhari vanished, the archive did not become peaceful. Truth remained. That was worse. Vulkan exited the memory city changed, though none who looked upon him could have named the alteration. His armor was still green and black. His hammer still returned to his hand. His sons still followed him. The Eldari still stood apart from him with weapons ready. But the fire inside him had found a chamber it could not consume. He knew now. The humans of Caldera had been saved by Eldar. Not enslaved, not merely corrupted, saved. They had been dragged from Drukhari darkness, carried into alien shelter, and allowed to become a people. He also knew they would not abandon the spirit stones, the warding rites, the alien dead who had purchased their ancestors' survival, or the Eldari who still bled beside them. In Imperial terms, they were unrecoverable. That word waited for him outside the gate, like an executioner. The battlefield beyond the archive roared back into being. The central basin burned under artillery light. Human cities were surrounded by legion spearheads, army regiments, and kill zones. Eldari forces were withdrawing in good order where they could, bleeding where they could not. Drukhari skimmers circled the flanks, drawn to the final anguish like carrion nobles scenting a feast. Above, the fleet waited with guns measured in continents. Ferrus Manus's image appeared in the command hololith projected from a hovering servo skull. His expression was iron returned from fury, not cooled, but focused. The gate must be destroyed. The human population remains in armed and spiritual union with the Xenos. Decision is required. Mortarian's voice joined from another channel, dry and pitiless. Delay has fed the fire. Give the word, Vulkan. Save what can be saved by ending what cannot. Vulkan stood before the open gate, while the memory of stolen Nocturnian names burned behind his eyes. Varun watched him. Kairistan watched him. Verace watched him from the ash below, calm as a man listening for judgment already written. The Primarch of the Salamanders looked upon the world he had come to liberate, and for the first time knew exactly what liberation would demand. Silence came before annihilation, and in that silence Caldera seemed to wait for the sentence it had already been given. Ash fell across the basin in slow grey sheets. It settled on the barrels of Imperial guns, on the curved helms of Eldari warriors, on the hair and shoulders of human defenders crouched behind black stone barricades. It gathered in the cracks of broken wraithbone, softening the edges of ruin, making every corpse look older than the battle that had made it. The central gate still burned with impossible light behind Vulkan, its memory city fading from sight, though not from thought. Its howl had diminished to a low pressure inside the skull, a reminder that the webway had opened, spoken, and shown truth to those who would rather have held only orders. The battlefield held its breath. Millions waited. Imperial army regiments lay prone in ash trenches and behind the hulls of halted tanks. Solar auxiliar cohorts stood with weapons raised, targeters locked, commanders silent, their vox channels open and hungry. Legion artillery crews held their firing lanyards and did not pull. Mechanicum engines idled beneath incense smoke and Binharic murmur. Knights stood like statues of war, banners stiff in the poisoned wind. Iron Hand's armor waited in black columns along the northern breach, their engines growling, their targeting systems already assigning heat signatures to destruction categories. Death Guard formations lingered in the marsh approaches, pale and patient, toxin vapors curling around their legs like loyal hounds. The salamanders stood closest to the gate. They had paid for that ground in blood and obedience. Their armor was burned, scored, pierced by shuriken and splinter shards. Flamers rested ready in their hands. Meltagons glowed at low charge. Breacher shields were planted in the ash, their fronts scarred by impacts and smeared with the blood of enemies, allies, and those who had been both depending on which order was read first. Beyond them, the Caldera humans waited in their shrine city. They were surrounded. No courage altered that. No faith opened a path through void shields, artillery grids, legion spearheads, and the hunger of Drukhari skimmers hidden at the edges of smoke. They stood beneath wraithbone arches and black volcanic towers, among spirit stones and forge symbols, around shrines built to remember chains broken by alien hands. Their banners hung limp in the ashfall, mountain knots, hearth sigils, Eldari runes. Words descended from Nocturne and reshaped by exile. Hearth endures, chains break in fire. We remember the hands that opened the dark. Vulkan looked upon them and knew that every word condemned them. Ferrus Manus appeared in hololithic form upon a hovering projector to Vulkan's left. His face was hard, his eyes cold, his silver hands folded before him. Mortarian's image formed to the right, pale and reaper still beneath the haze of his own war zone. Neither spoke, neither needed to. Their judgments stood beside Vulkan like executioners. Varen stood behind his father, helm off, ash in his hair, and blood along his cheek. Raitan Sol waited nearby, sealed in Terminator plate, his thunder hammer lowered. Bakan Ath's servo arms clicked softly, restless as furnace tools awaiting labor. Varas stood farther back among command staff and damaged Vox equipment, too calm, too watchful, his cracked chronicle slate held against his chest. Vulkan took one step forward. His voice crossed the battlefield through amplified Vox, carried by Legion relays, army speakers, command crawlers, servo skulls, and the external systems of every Thunderhawk circling above. It rolled over the basin like forged thunder, deep enough that men felt it through their ribs before they understood the words. "People of Caldera, hear me!" No one fired. The humans listened. The Eldari listened. The Drukhari, hidden beyond the smoke, listened with smiles sharpened behind masks. "You are human by blood. You are descended from those stolen from Nocturne and delivered from the dark by alien hands. I have seen this truth. I do not deny it." A murmur passed through the Imperial line. Among the army officers, men glanced at one another in fear, for such words would have been treason in a lesser mouth. Among the salamanders, silence deepened. Among the Caldera humans, some wept because the green giant had finally spoken aloud what they had feared he would never understand. Vulkan continued, "Your ancestors were wronged. Your survival was purchased in agony. The Dark Kin took you into torment. The Eldari brought you out. For that, memory has bound you to them. Gratitude has become right. Right has become law. Law has become allegiance." He paused. Ash fell upon Dawnbringer's head and vanished against the heat of the weapon. "The Imperium cannot accept this allegiance." There it was, not shouted, not hidden, spoken with the finality of a hammer descending. "I offer one path. Lay down arms. Submit to Imperial compliance. Abandon all Eldari rights. Surrender all spirit stones, shrine objects, alien weapons, and webway knowledge. All Xenos fighting forces must withdraw or be destroyed. All human leaders who directed armed resistance in concert with the alien will be judged by compliance tribunal. All who preached Xenos devotion will be seized. All who submit will be relocated under Imperial authority, separated from alien influence, examined, instructed, and returned to mankind. By Imperial measure, it was mercy. By human measure, it was cultural execution delivered in the language of salvation. The silence after his offer was worse than gunfire. Then the elders came forward. They emerged from the shrine city through a shattered arch flanked by Eldari guardians. The guardians did not restrain them. They did not guide them as masters. They walked beside them as men might walk beside honored dead. The elders were ash-skinned, narrow from hunger and siege, wrapped in dark cloaks, sewn with old marks. Their leader carried no weapon, only a staff of black wood bound with strips of metal and pale stone. His wrist bore the mountain knot. His throat bore a spirit stone. He stopped far enough from Vulkan that a mortal rifle might have missed, but a Primarch never would. He bowed his head, not in surrender, but in acknowledgement. "Mountain Son," the elder called. The word moved through Vulkan like smoke from a childhood hearth. "Lost kin," the elder said. "We hear you." Ferris's hololithic gaze did not shift. Mortarion remained motionless. Around the basin, millions waited for the old man to condemn himself. The elder's voice was not loud. Amplifiers carried it anyway, catching the roughness of age, grief, and ash. "We will not betray the dead who saved us." No cheering followed, no heroic roar, no lifted blades and defiant songs. The refusal came quietly, like a door being closed by tired hands. That made it worse. Had they screamed hatred, Vulkan could have met hatred. Had they spat curses, he could have answered judgment with judgment. Instead, they offered memory, and memory was not something his hammer could argue with. The elder touched the spirit stone at his throat. "We were taken into darkness. They came for us. Your empire did not. Your father did not. You did not. The ones beside us did. If this is sin, then we are built from sin. If gratitude is corruption, then burn us knowing what you burn." A younger man behind him began to cry silently. An Eldari guardian placed a hand on his shoulder. Not ownership, not command, comfort. Vulkan saw it. Ferrus Manus spoke over the command channel, his voice for primarchal ears and fleet command. "The answer is now clean." Mortarion followed, soft as poison in a cup. It was always clean. Vulkan looked upon the elders and understood that both were right within the logic of the Great Crusade. That was the horror. The Imperium could not allow a human civilization whose first sacred truth was salvation by aliens. It could not allow men to teach their children that Xenos' hands had broken their chains. It could not allow shrines where spirit stones and Nocturnian forge symbols shared the same flame. Such a people would become a question every compliance officer feared. If humans could survive through alien mercy, then the Imperium's cruel necessity became less absolute. If gratitude to Xenos could be remembered without damnation, then the Crusade's clean line between mankind and the other would blur. Blurred lines became hesitation. Hesitation became rebellion. Rebellion became war. So war came first. Vulkan closed his eyes. When he opened them, no tremor touched his voice. "Purge by fire. Preserve tactical intelligence. Destroy all webway access. Deny Drukhari captives. Leave no shrine standing." The order crossed the basin. For one heartbeat, nothing moved. Then the salamanders obeyed. They did not roar. They did not celebrate. They went to work like sons of the forge, and that made the deed unbearable. Flamers rose in disciplined ranks and breathed into habitation tunnels. Promethium rolled through corridors where defenders had fired moments before and where families had hidden behind them. The fire struck. Barricades, shrines, doorways, murder holes, and shadowed chambers without caring what fear or faith waited inside. Men came out burning, some armed, some empty-handed, their shapes collapsing in the ash as salamanders stepped past them. Bolt fire cut down those who charged. Some reached the green giants with knives and hammers and were broken against ceramite. Melter charges were fixed to sanctuary pillars. The salamanders stepped back. White heat swallowed wraithbone foundations, turning alien-grown stone into running slag. Spirit stone lattices cracked one by one, their lights flaring like dying stars before the shrines collapsed. Thunderhammers fell upon memorial arches, carved with human and Eldari names. Each blow shattered more than stone. Each blow murdered a version of history the Imperium could not permit to survive. Bakan Ath stood before one shrine and hesitated for the length of one breath. It held an anvil carved in black basalt. Beneath it, an Eldari rune of remembrance. Above it, a chain split by flame. Around the base were names, human names, Nocturnian roots twisted by generations of exile. His heavy flamer rose. "The furnace remembers," he said, though no one had asked him to speak. Then he burned it. Raitan Sol led the fire drakes into the lower galleries. Their Terminator plate filled the tunnels like moving walls. Human defenders fired from alcoves, their shots sparking against ancient armor. Some threw themselves bodily at the giants, trying to slow them long enough for elders to carry spirit stones deeper into the city. Raitan's hammer crushed them aside, not with cruelty, with function. A man's skull burst against a wall. Another's chest folded inward, ribs spraying through his back. A third clung to Raitan's knee joint, shouting a word that might have meant brother in a dead branch of Nocturnian. Raitan paused, then brought his boot down and silenced him. Above, Vulkan entered the central shrine city. He became the axis around which the battle broke. Wraithguard advanced to meet him, tall constructs of pale bone, animated by dead souls and wrath older than mankind's empire. Their weapons fired beams of distortion that made reality buckle. One blast struck the ground beside Vulkan and tore a circle of ash, stone, and bodies into nothing. Another struck his shoulder and staggered him half a step. He answered with Dawnbringer. The hammer smashed the first Wraithguard apart from helm to pelvis, Spirit Stone bursting beneath the impact in a flash of cold light. The second tried to raise its weapon. Vulkan seized the barrel, bent it downward, and crushed the construct's skull with his gauntlet. A third struck him with a blade bright as moonlight. The cut scored his armor. Vulkan drove Dawnbringer through its chest and out the back, lifting the dead thing from the ground before hurling it into the shrine wall. Eldar grav tanks swept over the plaza, their engines keening. Vulkan fired the gauntlet of the forge into the underside of one as it passed low. Its hull caught flame, then ruptured. He leapt before it crashed, caught a wing spar with both hands, and dragged the wounded craft down like the boy on Nocturne dragging a dusk wraith skimmer from the night. It struck the plaza and burst, throwing burning Eldari bodies across the stones. Human defenders died trying to shield the spirit stones. One old man wrapped his arms around a shrine lattice, as though his flesh could protect the dead from a Primarch. Vulkan did not strike him. A salamander's bolter did. The shell detonated in the man's back, spraying him across the stones he had tried to defend. A young defender lifted a spirit stone casket and ran. Vulkan saw the mountain knot on his wrist, saw the terror in his face, saw the Eldari blood on his sleeve where he had carried one of their wounded. An Imperial army last volley cut him down before Vulkan chose whether to act. The casket fell and opened. Pale stones spilled into ash. Vulkan walked on. Kairis Tan awaited him beneath the tallest arch of the central shrine, where wraithbone curved around black stone like ribs around a heart. The Autarch's armor was ruined. Blood darkened his side. His helm was gone. His face was narrow, severe, and calm. Around him, the last Guardians withdrew deeper into the city with human survivors. He did not order them to stand. He did not demand sacrifice for pride. He bought them time because that was all. He had left to spend. Vulkan halted before him. "Stand aside," the Primarch said. Kairis Tan raised his blade. "You still speak as though this path was forced upon you." "It was. No, it was given to you, and you accepted it because obedience is easier to carry than doubt." Vulkan's eyes hardened. "You bound humans to alien memory. We carried the abandoned from hell. You made them yours. We kept them alive. They are mankind. They were people before your empire named them property." Vulkan lifted Dawnbringer. "Enough." Kairis Tan moved. His speed was astonishing. The blade struck Vulkan's wrist, shoulder, knee, and helm in a pattern too swift for mortal sight. Each cut sought weakness, not spectacle. Vulkan absorbed the blows and advanced. Kairis Tan shifted aside from the first hammer strike, the impact shattering the arch behind him. He passed beneath Vulkan's guard and drove his blade into a seam at the Primarch's side. Blood darkened emerald plate. Vulkan caught him by the throat. The Autarch drove a dagger into Vulkan's forearm. Vulkan did not release him. For a moment, they stood face to face, the ancient alien commander suspended in the grip of the Emperor's son. Kairis Tan's voice was strained but steady. "You have mistaken obedience for strength." Vulkan looked at him, and grief passed across his face so quickly that only the dying saw it. Strength is carrying the deed after the fire dies. Then he broke Kairis Tan's neck and cast him down gently enough that it became another cruelty. The shrine city screamed. That was when Shal Zorath struck. The Drukhari had waited for the moment of greatest suffering, when grief, betrayal, terror, and righteous violence rose together from the basin like incense to starving gods. Webway slits opened across the burning plaza. Raiders burst through smoke. Cabalites fired into everyone. Hellions dove through the falling ash, cutting survivors from both sides. Chain snares whipped across the shrine steps, dragging wounded humans away from salamanders who had been trying to kill them moments before. The Archon descended upon the battlefield as an artist arriving at the unveiling of a masterpiece. Shal Zorath's raider hovered above the central shrine, its prow slick with blood. "Magnificent," he whispered into the vox. "Do you hear them, Vulkan? Your fire gives them such honest voices." Vulkan turned. There were many cruelties in the galaxy. He understood that now with clarity, sharpened by disgust. The Drukhari made cruelty ecstatic. They fed upon suffering, adorned themselves with it, shaped it into pleasure and art. The Imperium made cruelty righteous. It wrapped it in necessity, sealed it with order, and demanded that those who performed it remain solemn. Vulkan hated the Drukhari because they enjoyed the blade. He hated himself because he had become one. Shal leapt from the raider with impossible grace, landing on the shrine steps amid falling embers. His blade shimmered with venom fields. Soul gems hung from his collar, trembling with stolen echoes. Some whispered in old Nocturnian. "Come then, mountain son," the Archon said. "Let us make philosophy of meat." Vulkan did not answer. He charged. Shal was faster than any mortal eye could follow. His blade kissed Vulkan's armor, opening lines in plate and flesh. An agonizer lashed across the Primarch's chest, flooding nerve endings with artificial torment. Vulkan struck and missed, shattering stone where the Archon had stood. Shal laughed, stepped along the haft of Dawnbringer, and cut across Vulkan's cheek, drawing blood. The Primarch's blood fell onto the shrine stones. Shal's laughter faltered when Vulkan smiled without mirth. The next time the Archon came close, Vulkan dropped Dawnbringer. He caught Shal's sword arm with one hand and his throat with the other. The Archon drove a hidden blade into Vulkan's wrist. Vulkan tightened his grip. Bone cracked. Shal spat venom into Vulkan's face. The Primarch's skin smoked. Vulkan headbutted him hard enough to shatter the Archon's helm and most of the face beneath it. Shal tried to phase backward through a portable webway shimmer. Vulkan stepped with him. The gauntlet of the forge ignited at point-blank range. Fire swallowed them both. Shal screamed then, not with fear of pain, but with rage at being denied control of it. Vulkan dragged him from the flame and smashed him into the shrine steps. The Archon's body broke, elegant limbs twisting wrong. His soul gems flared as the stolen echoes inside them shrieked. Vulkan saw the gems, saw the trophies, saw the old Nocturnian souls trapped as ornaments on a monster's throat. He tore the collar free. Shal reached for it with a broken hand. No. Vulkan closed the gauntlet around the soul-trap trophies and burned them until the gems cracked, flared, and burst into pale ash. Whatever artistry Shal had intended, whatever final feast of agony he had hoped to preserve, vanished in fire. The Archon stared up through the ruin of his face. Vulkan brought Dawnbringer down. Shal Zorath's body ceased to hold shape. The purge continued until the last great shrine burned. By then, the basin had become a furnace. Wraithbone towers collapsed into glowing ribs. Human banners curled into black flakes. Spirit stones cracked in the heat. Salamanders moved through the final chambers, with flamers low and bolters ready, killing those who fought, dragging away the few who submitted, burning all that command had named unrecoverable. Eldari survivors withdrew into smoke and broken gates, carrying what dead they could. Drukhari fled with fewer captives than they had desired, and more delight than they deserved. Near the central memorial, Vulkan saw the children. They were huddled beneath a half-collapsed forge symbol, their skin dark with ash, their wrists marked by Nocturnian bloodlines. Flame had reached the chamber ahead of the legionaries. Some were already still, some moved weakly. One looked at Vulkan through smoke and did not seem to know whether he was rescuer, executioner, ancestor, or god. A salamander beside him raised his flamer, then lowered it without firing. The chamber roof groaned. Fire rolled along the walls. Vulkan did not countermand the purge. He did not order the flames withdrawn. He did not declare a new category. He did not shatter the machinery of compliance with grief and strength. He had made his judgment, and now the world was inside it. Slowly, the Primarch removed his helm. Smoke struck his face. Ash clung to his skin. His eyes watered from the sting, and perhaps only from that. He stood in the burning shrine, while the children of Nocturne's stolen blood died beneath imperial flame, and he made himself breathe every mouthful of smoke. Caldera burned because the Imperium had learned how to make fire obedient. The wildfires did not rage uncontrolled. They advanced by grid, by order, by wind calculation and auspex correction. From orbit, the world's continents glowed beneath crawling lines of red and white, flame fronts moving across black jungle seas in measured arcs. Imperial picked captures showed the fires as strategic beauty. Burning corridors boxed in surviving Xenos movement. Prometheum rivers denied cover to hidden Drukhari cells. Thermal blooms marked collapsed settlements, breached shrine networks, and the dying roots of the Central Gate's outer systems. The maps were clean. The world beneath them was not. Where the jungle had stood, ash storms walked. Trees that had drunk poison from volcanic soil for centuries became blackened spears, then charcoal, then powder under the tread of tanks and the boots of corpse details. In the settlement belts, habitation tunnels exhaled smoke for days. Some still had bodies inside them, fused to walls, curled beneath collapsed arches, or lying in family clusters where heat and suffocation had found them before bolt shells could. Spirit stones cracked in cooling ruins, with tiny sounds like teeth breaking. Wraithbone shrines sagged into slag heaps. Human forge symbols, mountain knots, and Eldari runes disappeared together beneath soot and falling stone. Imperial army corpse details moved through it all with respirators, hooks, drag chains, and flame-proof shrouds. They worked in silence because silence conserved breath, and because speech became difficult when every trench, cellar, and shrine chamber offered another shape that had once been a person. Men used hooked poles to pull bodies from doorways. They dragged the dead into piles sorted by contamination category: human, Xenos, unclear, burn again. The unclear piles grew fastest. Servitors followed with iron shovels bolted to their arms, scooping remains into trench pyres, while Mechanicum engines catalogued salvage. Red-robed adepts marked intact mineral. Stores, geothermal junctions, salvageable alloys, collapsed webway conduits, and Xenos artifacts suitable for destruction or deeper study. Their data cant drifted over the dead. Asset recoverable. Node compromised. Biomass non-viable. Cultural residue eliminated. Behind them, Prometheum teams washed the ground again. There was no victory cry on Caldera, not after the purge, not among those who had seen the shrines burn. Vulkan walked through the ruins without escort. No command squad followed him, no banner bearers, no honor guard. He had dismissed them all, and none had argued. His armor remained marked by the war, scorched along the left side, scored by Drukhari blades, pitted by splinter impacts, smeared with ash that serfs had not dared clean away. The scale cloak at his back was burned at the edges. Dawnbringer rested in one hand, its head dark with old blood and wraithbone dust. His helm hung from his other hand, and his face was bare to the smoke. He moved through what had been Kareth's hollow. The bells were gone. The obsidian frames had cracked in the heat. The central shrine had collapsed inward, leaving only a ring of black stones and a fused mass of pale wraithbone at its heart. The ground bore the impressions of bodies removed by corpse details. Here, a man had died reaching for a child. There, a guardian had fallen across a doorway, armor split by a salamander's bolt. Near the old well, a fire drake's bootprint had crushed a spirit stone into glittering dust. Salamanders knelt as Vulkan passed. They did not kneel in triumph. They knelt because standing felt like accusation. Brothers who had broken fortress worlds without shame lowered their heads amid the ruins of a village and found no words fit for their Primarch. Some had saved humans from Drukhari hooks before burning the shrines those same humans had died defending. Some had carried wounded children from tunnels only to surrender them to compliance officers who marked them for relocation, interrogation, or disposal. Some had obeyed every order correctly, and knew correctness had not saved them from what they had become. Pyre Captain Dak-Ir Varun knelt beside the broken shrine with his helm in both hands. Vulkan stopped before him. For a moment, neither spoke. Varun's armor was blackened from collar to greaves. His right gauntlet had been replaced by a temporary augmetic brace after a Drukhari venom blade had severed 2 fingers. His face bore fresh burns along the jaw, yet none of that made him look wounded. The wound was in the way he kept his eyes lowered. "Rise, Dak-Ir," Vulkan said. The captain stood. He did not meet his father's gaze. Vulkan regarded him for a long moment. "You carried out my command." "Yes, father. You preserved those who submitted. Some. You denied captives to the Dark Kin." "Yes." "You destroyed the shrines." Varun's throat moved. "Yes. And still you cannot look at me." The captain's grip tightened around his helm. "I do not know where to look, my lord." Vulkan accepted the answer without rebuke. That mercy landed heavier than anger would have done. Beyond the valley, the Iron Hands recorded the operation in colder language. Ferrus Manus stood aboard his command crawler while data streams scrolled across hololithic panes. His armor had been repaired since the labyrinth. His expression had not. Around him, Iron Hands officers and Mechanicum logisters compiled the final compliance assessments. The language of the report possessed no ash, no smoke, no screams, no prayer. Operation status, successful compliance. Legion losses, acceptable. Xenos command architecture, destroyed or collapsing. Primary webway access, pending final demolition. Cultural contamination, eliminated to operational standard. Human resistance, neutralized. Recoverable mineral assets, high. Geothermal infrastructure potential, preserved. Ferrus reviewed the tallies with the patience of a smith inspecting a blade after quenching. The flaws had been hammered out. The material that could not endure the process had cracked and been discarded. No further sentiment was required. An Iron Hands consul asked, "Shall the Caldera population remnants be classified for reintegration?" Ferrus stared at the line of data. Remnants are to be processed under compliance authority. Isolate surviving bloodlines. Remove Xenos language contamination where possible. Destroy all memorial structures. By your command. The consul marked the order. Ferrus looked once toward the picked feed of the burning continents. "Efficient enough," he said. It was more chilling than any display of hatred would have been. Mortarion found Vulkan at the edge of a glassed valley where the Death Guard chemfires had met Salamander's Prometheum and turned the ground into black mirror. The valley had once held marsh settlements. Now it reflected the sky in cracked sheets, green aurora moving over a surface sealed by heat and poison. Beneath the glass, shapes were trapped in distorted layers. Reeds, bones, weapons, doorframes. Bodies that had fallen before the ground became a tomb. Mortarion approached alone, though his death guard remained visible on the ridge behind him, pale figures in toxin haze. His scythe rested against his shoulder. His rebreather hissed with each measured breath. "Your fire took longer than mine," he said. Vulkan did not turn. "Is that why you came? To count hours?" "I came to see whether grief had made you wiser." Vulkan's eyes remained on the glassed valley. "And has it?" Mortarion's silence carried contempt before his words did. Compassion only made the fire slower. At last Vulkan looked at him. For an instant, the air between them seemed ready to ignite. Fire and poison, forge and grave. 2 sons of the Emperor standing on a murdered world, each certain the other had misunderstood cruelty. Vulkan said nothing. Mortarion gave a small, humorless tilt of his head. You think silence makes you noble? No. What then? It keeps me from saying what would not matter. Mortarion watched him a moment longer, then turned away. There will be other worlds. Learn faster. He walked back into the toxin haze, and the space he left behind felt no cleaner. Verace came when the Death Lord had gone. The Remembrancer did not announce himself. He walked across the glassed edge with careful steps, coat torn, slate tucked beneath one arm. He looked too small in the ruins of Primarchs and their certainties, yet Vulkan had begun to understand that smallness did not make him harmless. Verace stopped several paces away. Did you save them from the Drukhari? Vulkan did not ask whom he meant. No. Did you save them from the Eldar? No. Verace looked out over the sealed valley. In the black glass, his reflection stood beside Vulkan's, a mortal shadow beside a giant built for conquest. Then what did you save? The question remained in the air long enough for distant artillery to finish collapsing a last wraithbone tower somewhere beyond the ridge. Vulkan answered at last. The Imperium's certainty. Verace lowered his eyes to the chronicle slate, though he did not write. And was it worth saving? Vulkan looked at the burning horizon. No world asks that before we take it. That was not an answer. Verace knew it. Vulkan knew it. Neither man named the absence between them. The last Drukhari cell revealed itself before dusk. It happened near the damaged webway splinter beneath the Eastern Shrine complex, a narrow wound of black light half buried under collapsed wraithbone and basalt. Imperial Auspex had marked it unstable and scheduled it for demolition. The Drukhari reached it first. There were fewer than 20 of them, Kabalites and Raks mostly, with one limping succubus blade champion and a pair of wounded Hellions dragging skyboards through the ash. They had captives taken during the final purge. Not many. Enough. Caldera humans with bound wrists and splinter venom slackness in their limbs. 2 Imperial Army Medici. 1 Salamander's serf. A child whose wrist bore the mountain knot. All alive, because to the Drukhari death was waste unless it had first been educated. They moved quickly through the ruin, laughing softly to one another as the webway splinter pulsed. Vulkan intercepted them alone. He came from the smoke without a battle cry. The first Kabalite saw him and raised a splinter rifle. Dawnbringer struck before he fired. The hammer pulped him against the collapsed wall, his body bursting into black blood and shattered armor. Vulkan crossed the distance to the next in 3 strides. A blade cut his thigh. He ignored it. His gauntlet closed around the attacker's skull and crushed helm, bone, and face, together until the body stopped moving. The Drukhari scattered with predator grace. It did not save them. The gauntlet of the forge turned 2 Raks into walking torches, their tools melting into their hands as they shrieked. Vulkan seized a Hellion by the ankle as he tried to rise and slammed him into the ground until the body came apart. The blade champion leapt through flame, twin knives seeking Vulkan's throat. The Primarch caught one arm, broke it backward, took the other knife through his palm, and head-butted the champion hard enough to collapse the face behind the mask. When the wounded thing fell, Vulkan stepped on its chest and pushed down until the ribs burst through the back. A Kabalite tried to flee through the splinter gate, with the child captive dragged beneath one arm. Vulkan threw Dawnbringer. The hammer took the raider through the spine and nailed him to the edge of the gate aperture. The Drukhari screamed as the unstable webway field began to shear him apart. Vulkan reached through the flickering dark, tore the child free, and pulled him back into reality as the gate consumed the pinned raider in strips. The remaining dark kin died in seconds. There was no elegance in it, no duel, no exchange of threats. Vulkan butchered them with the force of a collapsing mountain, exhausted, wounded, ash-covered, and still more than any nightmare they had expected to meet. When the last Rak crawled toward a dropped injector, Vulkan placed one foot on its back and burned it without looking down. Then he carried the captives out. The rescued recoiled from him. The Medici cried when they saw the Aquila on distant Imperial armor, but they flinched when Vulkan set them down. The serf tried to kneel and failed, shaking too hard to make obedience graceful. The Caldera humans stared at him with something worse than hatred. The child with the mountain knot on his wrist pushed himself backward through ash until his shoulders struck a broken stone. Vulkan stopped. He had torn apart the dusk wraiths before their eyes. He had denied them the dark. He had saved them from hooks, knives, and the webway. They feared him more. The Drukhari were monsters. That was simple. Vulkan was kin. He wore the shape of their oldest blood and the color of their newest terror. He had become the nightmare that spoke with a protector's voice. The child whispered something in Caldera's altered Nocturnian. Vulkan understood enough. Please do not save us again. No weapon had struck him as deeply all day. The central gate died under every sanction the Imperium could bring to bear. Melter charges were set in rings around the Wraithbone crown. Salamanders carried them into place, while Mechanicum adepts chanted detonation litanies, and Iron Hands engineers calculated collapse vectors. Death Guard destroyers seeded the lower conduits with corrosive charges to poison any surviving passage. Seismic warheads were drilled into the extinct volcano's inner ribs. Night engines withdrew to the outer rim. Army regiments pulled back behind void shields. Orbital batteries locked onto the basin in case the ground weapons failed. Vulkan stood at the gate's heart. He placed the last charge himself. Then he lifted Dawnbringer and struck the central Wraithbone spine. Once, the gate screamed. Twice, the webway shimmered, showing fragments of distant dark, impossible roads, and the memory city fading behind cracked light. Thrice, the spine broke. Vulkan walked out of the basin as the detonation sequence began. The first melter charges ignited in a ring of white suns. Wraithbone ran like wax. The seismic warheads followed, their force traveling downward into the volcano's ancient throat. The ground rose, dropped, and split. The gate folded inward. Then the Mechanicum charges reached the lower conduits, and the world opened. From orbit, the explosion turned the extinct volcano into a sun-bright wound. Caldera earned its name anew. Fire rose from the basin in a column visible above the storm bands. The shockwave flattened black jungle for kilometers around. Broken Wraithbone rained from the sky like pale bone. The last active webway paths shrieked, snapped, and vanished behind curtains of green flame. In the fleet above, augur officers shielded their eyes from the bloom. On the ground, men fell to their knees from the pressure wave alone. When the light faded, the basin was a crater inside a crater, glowing at the edges, its heart sealed beneath molten ruin. Vulkan stood on the rim and watched it cool. Around him gathered his sons, his brothers' envoys, army commanders, Mechanicum adepts, remembrancers, and silent serfs. No one cheered. Perhaps some wanted to. Perhaps some believed they should. But the weight of the place forbade it. Vulkan spoke without turning. Caldera will not suffer such destruction again. The words passed into the record as vow, as mercy, as future honor. In the ash, they sounded inadequate. An oath made after the crime was complete could not unburn a shrine. It could not return the dead from trench pyres. It could not teach a child why rescue and ruin had worn the same face. As the assembly dispersed, Vulkan walked alone through the cooling ash near the shattered base of the final shrine. There, half buried beneath grey dust and black glass, a single spirit stone remained intact. It was small, no larger than the first joint of a mortal thumb. Its surface was pale green, cracked along one edge, but still faintly lit from within. Vulkan knelt and lifted it between two fingers. A whisper moved through his mind. Not words, not clearly. Echoes. Human and Eldari intertwined beyond separation. A Nocturnian lullaby half-remembered. An alien mourning hymn. The sound of chains breaking. The sound of a child laughing under the green sun, before the sky filled with Imperial ships. Vulkan closed his fist around the stone. He did not crush it. He kept one witness. Years later, Caldera existed in the Imperial archives as a clean thing. That was how empires survived their own hands, not by forgetting. Forgetting was too fragile. Forgetting left gaps. The Imperium did not permit gaps. It preserved, sealed, classified, redacted, corrected, and sanctified until memory became obedient. The campaign record lay beneath 7 levels of authority in a sealed archive vault aboard a compliance station that had not existed when the first ships entered Caldera's green-lit sky. The vault was cold, dry, and watched by servo skulls whose eye lenses had never seen sunlight. Brass cogitators clicked behind iron screens. Parchment copies rested inside stasis drawers beside crystal. The official record named the world Ibsen Caldera. It described the population as human-derived, but culturally compromised. It described the Eldari presence as Xenos occupation. It described the shrines as ritual structures of alien domination. It described the human resistance as corruption, the purge as liberation, the mass deaths as acceptable collateral loss, and the destruction of the central gate as strategic denial of Xenos mobility. The rescued origin of the humans did not appear in the summary. The Nocturnian bloodlines were listed only as anomalous migration evidence, likely caused by predation and later Xenos manipulation. The words were precise. That made them worse. No line in the public compliance record said that the humans had been taken into the dark by Drukhari. No line said that the Eldari had cut them free. No line said that the descendants of Nocturne had built hearths beneath a green sun and remembered alien mercy, because no human army had arrived in time. No line said that Vulkan had seen the truth before giving the final order. The archive made murder legible. It made grief administrative. Pyre Captain Dak-Ir Varun broke the archive seal in the last hour before departure. He was older by then. Not old, not as mortals understood the word, but altered. His face had gathered new scars. His right hand, never fully restored after Caldera, moved with the faint stiffness of augmetic reconstruction beneath flesh grafts. The burn along his jaw had healed into a glossy black line. His eyes had changed most. Once they had held the steadiness of a warrior who believed endurance made righteousness possible. Now they held the look of a man who had endured too much to confuse survival with absolution. He entered alone. No serfs, no remembrances, no honor guard. He carried his helm beneath one arm and a small oath recorder in the other. It was not connected to the main. The recorder woke beneath his thumb. For a moment, he said nothing. The vault's machines clicked around him. Somewhere above, engines turned in the station's belly, feeding Caldera's new orbital docks, new tithe routes, new garrisons, new mines. The world below had been folded into mankind's expanding dominion. It paid in geothermal output, heat-resistant alloys, labor quotas, and silence. At last, Varun spoke. I am Dak-Ir Varun of the 18th Legion, once Pyre Captain of the 1st Landing Spear at Caldera. This record is unsanctioned. Let any who hear it understand that I do not set these words down to accuse my father. I have no right to sit in judgment upon Vulkan. I stood beside him. I heard the orders. I carried them out. My hand held the flame as surely as his. He looked toward the sealed drawers containing the official account. I accuse the age. The words hung in the vault like a forbidden prayer. I accuse the necessity we were taught to worship while denying that we worshipped anything. I accuse the certainty that named gratitude corruption because it had come from alien hands. I accuse the crusade that gave us worlds to save and no language for the saved who did not belong to us. His voice did not tremble. That was not strength. It was exhaustion polished into discipline. I remember the hooks, and he did. He saw again the warding pit beneath the shrine, the black glass walls and Eldari runes, the human bone charms hanging like small white accusations. He saw Sithrak veins suspended in psycho-reactive crystal, ancient, mutilated, arrogant, beyond pain. He heard the Drukhari speak broken Nocturnian through a ruined mouth. He heard him say that some had begged in Vulkan's tongue, and some had cursed his mountains, and all had broken beautifully. I remember the circles the Eldar made around their nightmares. They were not our rites. They were not clean. But they were not the marks of the warp. They were locks against the dark kin. They were grief, forced to stand guard. He remembered the first human corpse on the roof at Kareth's Hollow, the last-lock in the dead hand, the mountain knot carved into the wrist, Vulkan kneeling, the silence that followed recognition. I remember the marks of Nocturne on men who had never seen Nocturne. I remember banners bearing words from our home, altered by distance and suffering. Hearth endures. Chains break in fire. I remember thinking those words should have meant brotherhood. His jaw tightened. They meant target priority. The recorder's small red lumen pulsed once. Varun saw Ferrus Manus as he had stood in the command hololith, iron certainty given human shape, his judgment colder than the void. Flesh lied. Machines recorded. The record showed humans fighting beside Xenos. That had been enough for the 10th. It would always have been enough. He saw Mortarion in toxin haze, satisfied and contemptuous, saying that compassion had only made the fire slower. The Death Lord had not spoken from rage. That had been the horror. He had spoken from a clarity Varen feared because it had proven useful. And Vulkan. Always Vulkan. Vulkan in the Shrine City, standing amid fire with the expression of a grieving executioner. Vulkan breaking Wraithguard beneath Dawnbringer. Vulkan holding Karistan by the throat. Vulkan burning the Drukhari soul trap trophies in his gauntlet. Vulkan watching children of stolen Nocturnian blood die beneath Imperial flame and removing his helm so the smoke could sting his eyes. He felt it, Varun said to the recorder. That is what none of the records will say. He knew. He understood before the end. It did not save them. Far from the archive vault, in a private forge chamber aboard the Promethean crown, Vulkan stood before an anvil of black Nocturnian stone. The chamber had no attendants. The forge burned low, its heart deep orange, its smoke drawn upward through ribbed vents. Weapons waited on the walls, hammers of many weights, tongs, chains, blades in various stages of birth. No banners hung there. No remembrancer had ever been invited beyond the threshold. It was a place where creation and destruction shared the same tools and did not pretend to be strangers. On the anvil lay a Nocturnian hammer. It was not Dawnbringer. It was smaller, plain, made for the hand of a mortal smith. Its haft was dark from use. Its head bore old marks from the forge, each dent a memory of labor rather than war. Beside it, Vulkan placed the surviving spirit stone. The stone glowed faintly in the forge heat. Human and Eldari echoes moved within it, too quiet for mortal ears, not too quiet for him. He heard no clear words now, only fragments, a lullaby from Nocturne's older tongue, a mourning cadence from the Eldari dead. The sound of chains breaking, the sound of bells ringing beneath an obsidian sky, the sound of a child asking not to be saved again. Vulkan did not pray to it. He did not destroy it. He allowed it to exist. For a son of the Emperor, in that age, perhaps that was the only confession possible. The remembrance of Arase vanished from the formal lists within 3 months of Caldera's compliance. His name appeared in embarkation records, then in a transfer notice, then in a sealed attachment to an expeditionary intelligence file, then nowhere. No body was logged, no execution order survived, no commendation, censure, pension, or reassignment carried his mark. He became absence, shaped like a man who had asked questions too calmly in the presence of Primarchs. One scrap of his writing remained, copied into no official archive, but found years later in a private packet of unsorted observations. The handwriting was precise. The ink had not faded. There was no seal upon it, only a final line written as if by a mortal chronicler, and something else looking through his eyes. Of all my sons, Vulkan felt the blade enter. This did not stay his hand. No one ever proved whose blade he meant. No one ever proved who had truly written it. In Commorragh, the tale of Caldera survived in laughter. Shal Zorath was dead. His body had been reduced to ruin beneath Dawnbringer. His soul traps had been burned. His finest trophies had cracked in Vulkan's fist. Many in the Dark City mocked the failure of his raid, as the Drukhari mocked all weakness not yet hidden by a sharper knife. His cabal fractured. Rivals took docks, slaves, blades, and names. Survivors sold memories of the campaign in the low pleasure courts, where lesser archons bought pain the way human nobles bought wine. Yet among those fragments, the story became a masterpiece. Not because the cabal had won. They had not. Not because they had taken the greatest harvest. They had not. Not because they had humbled Vulkan in combat. They had failed even to preserve their own lord from him. They cherished the tale because they had taught mankind to harvest its own. That was the lesson repeated in velvet chambers and under hooks of black crystal. The Drukhari did not need to own every scream. They only needed to place the right fear before the right empire and watch certainty become a blade. Their cruelty persisted because they understood something the Imperium denied. Suffering did not require their hands upon the knife. It only required someone willing to cut and a reason holy enough to make him continue. In the webway, the Eldari carried Caldera differently. A few survived, not many. Enough to remember, which was often worse. They took the story into hidden paths, into craft-world domes and ranger camps, into places where spirit stones were touched in silence and names were sung as grief runes. Caldera became another mark among countless losses, another world where foresight had failed to become salvation, another place where intervention had grown into dependency, dependency into faith, faith into condemnation. They did not forgive Vulkan. They did not absolve themselves. Karistan's name was added to a mourning circuit. The humans of Kareth's Hollow and the Shrine City were given a grief mark beside him, though some objected to that, even in sorrow. The rescued had not been Eldari. The dead had not been of the craft worlds. Yet the surviving wardens remembered human hands carrying spirit stones through fire. They remembered old men refusing to betray the dead. They remembered children speaking Nocturnian words beneath an alien sky. They also remembered the labyrinth. They remembered drawing Ferrus Manus into vision and failing to make fury become wisdom. They remembered hiding truths because timing and manipulation seemed wiser than trust. They remembered that they had treated the humans as charges, allies, burdens, symbols, debts, and proof of virtue, but not always as a people entitled to choose without being steered by ancient hands. No one came away clean. That was why Caldera endured. Below the orbital station, the world was rebuilt, not healed, rebuilt. The Imperium repopulated the valleys with settlers from compliant systems, bonded labor colonies, penal drafts, mechanicum indenture lines, and military households granted land for service. New cities rose in the Black Basins, square and fortified, their streets aligned to artillery logic rather than ancestral memory. The geothermal reservoirs were tapped. Manufactoria climbed the volcanic slopes. Mines opened in the mineral strata the Magos had once named exceptional. Shield bastions guarded the dead webway scars. Watch stations were erected over every sealed ruin. The tithe began within a generation. Alloy, fuel, labor, soldiers. Caldera gave all of them. Children born beneath the green aurora were taught that the salamanders had liberated their world from alien witches. They were shown murals of emerald giants carrying humanity from Xenos darkness. They learned that Vulkan had destroyed the gate to save mankind from corruption. They marched on compliance days, beneath banners bearing the imperial eagle and the drake flame. They placed flowers before statues of the Primarch as savior. The statues were magnificent. Vulkan stood in bronze and black stone, hammer raised, cloak flowing, gaze turned toward the horizon. Beneath him, sculpted humans reached upward in gratitude. No statue showed the elders refusing him. No statue showed the Eldari cutting chains in Caldera. No statue showed the children in the burning shrine. No statue showed the mountain knots on wrists, raised not in thanks, but in terror. The world remembered what it had been told to remember. One intruder came for the witness stone. It happened in the private forge after the campaign record had already hardened into doctrine. Vulkan was alone, standing before the anvil, while the forge burned low. The spirit stone lay beside the mortal hammer, faintly lit, as it always did when he permitted himself to look upon it. The shadow entered through a maintenance flue no mortal assassin could have used. It was Drukhari, though barely alive by the measure of its own species. One of Shal Zorath's scattered survivors, perhaps, or a creature sent by a rival who had heard rumors of the stone. Its armor was stripped of ornament. Its flesh was scarred by old burns. One arm ended in a hooked blade, grafted crudely where a hand had been lost. Its eyes fixed not on Vulkan, but on the pale glow upon the anvil. The raider had crossed void, shadow, hidden ducts, and death-sealed corridors for a trophy. It expected rage. It expected interrogation. It expected spectacle. Perhaps that was why it came. A Drukhari could make even failure into art if the death was interesting enough. Vulkan turned before the blade left the shadow. The raider froze. For a heartbeat, forge fire reflected in its eyes. It opened its mouth to speak, to mock, to promise, to invoke Nocturne, Caldera, Caldera, or some last poisoned fragment of meaning. Vulkan lifted the gauntlet of the forge. Fire filled the chamber. The Drukhari vanished without a scream worthy of memory. Armor, flesh, bone, and hidden venom capsules became ash in a single breath. There was no duel, no question, no name taken, no rage offered to feed upon. Vulkan denied it meaning as surely as he denied it life. When the flame died, he turned back to the anvil. The witness stone still glowed. Vulkan stood alone before the forge. The hammer lay beside the stone. Firelight moved across both, one born of Nocturne, one born of Caldera, one tool of making, one remnant of remembrance. Outside the chamber, engines carried the Great Crusade onward, fleets translated into the warp, expeditionary banners rose over conquered worlds, records were written, corrections were made, shrines were renamed, graves were paved over. Mankind advanced beneath the promise of unity and the shadow of every deed done to secure it. The galaxy learned, world by world, what Caldera had learned beneath the green sun. Even the kindest giants burned cities when commanded by certainty.